Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the Stimson Center this morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever you may be tuning in. I know we've got not just a great crowd here at Stimson, but also a significant crowd online as well. For reasons that will become very apparent to all of you, you made a wise choice this morning to spend some time here. We've got a great program that has been developed for your own enjoyment and edification. My name is Brian Finlay. I'm the President and CEO here at Stimson. Last year, we here at Stimson launched our Indo-Pacific initiative, which was an effort to really draw a circle around the remarkable firepower that we bring on issues in the Indo-Pacific: Japan, China, Korea, Southeast Asia, South Asia. And today you are going to see that impressive firepower in operation. So we're, again, very pleased that you were able to join us. The goal here today is really to look at some of the most vexing challenges that the international community faces together in Southeast Asia, and to really put some meat on the bones in developing some common understandings and partnerships between the United States and our partners in Southeast Asia. The United States, of course, has quite a remarkable history of engagement in the region. When Americans, I think we can all agree, I hope, engage in Southeast Asia, we can help make the region safer and more prosperous, and that in turn does the same here in the United States and accrues benefits for Americans becoming safer and stronger in return. I think our emerging work on cyber scams is really exemplary of that partnership. The work that we have initiated, led by my colleague, whom you will hear from just shortly, Alison Pitlack, who leads our cyber team, I think is a great example, as I say, of efforts to identify common understandings and to build mutual support with one another across, in this case, against transnational criminal groups. Here at Stimson, we have the opportunity to really straddle both roles as both researchers and pragmatists, operating and building work in the region, working with the U.S. Department of State, the Mekong-U.S. partnership. We run projects such as the Track 1.5 Mekong Policy Dialogue. You'll hear a little bit later as well about our Mekong Dam Monitor, projects that are both supported by the U.S. Department of State as well as a strong array of private philanthropic organizations in this country and around the world. I'm really proud to boast of the diverse portfolio that we bring to mainland Southeast Asia. And I dare to say, I realize I am paid to say this, but it also happens to be true that we have some of the strongest, really the strongest portfolio on Southeast Asia of any Washington-based organization. And it really is derived from the belief that this is such a strategic region, not just for the United States, but for the world. And partnership with countries of the region, Vietnam notably among them, is, I think, a cornerstone not just of our existing relationships in the region, but for the future prosperity and security of the United States and of countries in the region. You know, when my colleague Brian Eiler, who directs our Southeast Asia program, arrived at Stimson many years ago, he brought with him a deep passion for the people of the lower Mekong. He was deeply troubled by the economic, the security, the environmental implications on a number of different issues, including very aggressive upstream damming that was having downstream implications: food, water, insecurity in countries of the lower Mekong, and set about applying what I think is a very Stimson model. He did the analysis, but then he went beyond the analysis and, in a very practical and pragmatic way, built a public-private partnership in the region in order to bring to governments and indeed to local communities in the region real-time monitoring capability of river flow that has had both real-world implications in terms of forcing governments of the region to share data more readily, but also having real world impact on individuals who live in and on the mighty Mekong. So, Brian, I'm deeply proud of your work, and thank you for your dedication to the region. Today, it is our honor to host the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, Andrew Harrop, for comments on how the Trump administration is viewing Southeast Asian engagement. We will also hear from INL Director Damian Smith, who has been organizing, among many other efforts in the region, a coherent effort to cooperate with governments in Southeast Asia to counter cybercrime. We are delighted as well to host Vietnam's ambassador to Washington. Sir, welcome. And we will hear a little later from Ambassador Ted Osius, who all of you know, of course, that name is America's former envoy to Vietnam. This, I should note, is an incredibly important month for U.S.-Vietnam relations, as we celebrate 50 years of peace in Vietnam and 30 years of the U.S.-Vietnam partnership. Ambassador, we are not just grateful to you for being here and your partnership with Stimson, but for the partnership that you and the Vietnamese people bring to the American people as well. Thank you so much. Both ambassadors that I have referenced have been longtime supporters of Stimson's War Legacies Working Group, and you'll hear more about that. This is an effort that was started again by our Southeast Asia Program Director, Brian Eiler, and is now co-chaired by two fabulous women, Sarah Kulabdara and Susan Hammond, both of whom you will hear from as well today. Grateful to all of our speakers for being here. As I say, we have a wonderful program prepared for you. Finally, just a couple of quick housekeeping comments. We are on the record, and so I encourage those of you in the room, as well as those of you online, to submit questions on the website at www.stimson.org/questions, and they will be fed directly here to the stage for our various moderators. And we really want to engage you not in a one-way dialogue, but in a two-way dialogue, and also exploit the remarkable brain power that is in this room, as well as online. A last word before I hand the dais off. A big thanks to our partners today. There are three of them, in addition to all of you here in the room and online. A big thanks to the Chino Siniega Foundation, a longtime partner of the Stimson Center, an organization that really brings a remarkably touching and real commitment to the people of Southeast Asia. Thanks as well to the Mekong-U.S. partnership, and finally to the Pulitzer Center. All three organizations essential to helping us bring this program to you today, and partners as well in our ongoing work in the region. With that, Das Harrop, I am not going to belabor your long and extremely impressive resume, but I will say that this is a gentleman who brings a remarkable suite of expertise on Southeast Asia, most recently as our chargé in Cambodia, but with tours of duty across the region and around the world. He currently serves, as I mentioned, as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Southeast Asia. Das Harrop, it's a pleasure to welcome you to Stimson, and I'm going to give you the dais, sir.
Brian, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to acknowledge the long partnership the State Department has enjoyed with the Stimson Center. I also want to thank, special thank you to Brian Eiler, who's been also a great partner for so many of our efforts implemented under our Mekong-U.S. partnership. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Ambassador Nguyen Quoc Dung, ambassador from Vietnam. I look forward to his remarks. And finally, thank you to everybody who is joining us here in person or remotely. Before I begin the meat of my remarks, I do want to start by offering the deepest condolences from the United States to the people affected by the earthquakes in Burma and in Thailand. The U.S. is grateful to all the first responders on the ground who are focused on the recovery effort. Over the weekend, we announced an initial surge of $2 million in assistance to support earthquake-affected areas in Burma. We have a team of USAID experts who are currently on the ground in Burma, traveling in the country, doing a needs assessment that will guide our future assistance efforts. We will remain engaged and continue to work with our partners to support the people of Burma and Thailand during this period. The United States is a long-standing partner with countries in the region and is engaged in forums such as ASEAN and the Mekong-U.S. Partnership, or MUSP, or MUSP, spanning multiple administrations and reflecting bipartisan support. Through the MUSP, we have worked with our partners to address key regional and transboundary challenges in the Mekong subregion. Our partnership with the Stimson Center reflects this work. So I am very pleased to be here today to launch the summary report of the Mekong-U.S. Partnership, Track 1.5, policy dialogue that took place in Bangkok from October 16th to the 18th. This dialogue addressed the growing problem of online scam operations and developed solutions and policy recommendations to combat this heinous crime. I read through the report, and I was very impressed with the level of detail of the discussions, but also the practicality of the responses, moving beyond acknowledging that this is a problem, noting that we need to work on it, but actually providing the recommendations, not just to government, but also to civil society organizations, and most importantly to the private sector, for how we can work to actually halt these efforts. I first began to focus on this issue last year when I served as Chargé d'Affaires at our embassy in Phnom Penh. And I was immediately struck by the enormous sums of money involved, the direct impact on American citizens, and how quickly these criminal networks had become entrenched. Unfortunately, over the past year, we have only seen these criminal networks metastasize. Traffickers have leveraged pandemic-related economic hardships and emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and deepfakes to enhance their scams and to exploit tens of thousands of adults and children in this multi-billion dollar illicit industry. Online scams damage the lives of people, not just in the United States and in Southeast Asia, but around the world. The reach of these crimes truly is massive. And no one is immune to this threat. These criminals target you, your friends, your neighbors, your colleagues. I'd like to start with a personal story. Last Tuesday, I came home from work around 7 o'clock and heard my wife upstairs engaged in a frantic conversation with someone on the telephone. And she called me up, and a man claiming to be an official from Customs and Border Patrol had told her that there was an arrest warrant in her name for drug trafficking. If anybody's met my wife, that's on its face inaccurate. He provided his name and badge number so that my wife could search for him on the internet. She did so, finding his bio on the CBP webpage. He actually turned out to be their Director for International Affairs, who was unlikely to be engaged in criminal investigations. But in the moment, you don't realize that. He kept insisting that she provide her zip code so that he could provide her more information about the arrest warrant. She was suspicious, but fearful because she had found his information on the CBP website. She stayed on the phone with him for several minutes, not providing the information, but still not hanging up. He finally hung up when I came upstairs and my wife handed me the phone. My wife is a well-educated, well-traveled lawyer who had just read the New York Times article about scam operations Hui Wan based in Cambodia. Yet she almost almost fell for it. And I have similar stories from other relatives of mine. And I know that I am not immune to this, even though countering scam operations is a major part of what I do every day. Accurate statistics about the full reach of these crimes are difficult to obtain due to the clandestine nature of the crimes and the unwillingness of many victims to come forward. According to some reports, however, scam operators in Southeast Asia have defrauded victims of over $75 billion between 2020 and 2023, with Americans alone losing $3.5 billion in 2023. These numbers are staggering, and I expect that when we finally do see numbers for 2024, if anything, I expect to see those numbers actually higher. The impact, of course, though, is not limited to financial losses. The human toll is devastating. Some estimate that more than 300,000 individuals from over 70 different countries have been exploited into forced criminality in Southeast Asia to facilitate these online scam operations. The online scam groups gain victims' trust prior to draining life savings and retirement accounts. The consequences include identity theft, financial ruin, and emotional distress, at times leading to suicides. I think the media, particularly in the United States, has done an excellent job over the last 6 to 9 months at highlighting the dramatic impacts on individual Americans. And these stories, bring an emotional resonance to the victims of these crimes. There are also, as many of you know, some excellent podcasts. The Economist did a series recently that not just talk about the scope of these crimes, but also talk about the individuals themselves who were scammed and the impacts these have, not just on those who were scammed, but their entire communities. Now, within the United States government, over a dozen agencies joined together to fight the cyber scams. For most American victims, they will first engage with their local police or with the FBI. However, the State Department leads diplomatic efforts to build global cooperation to take on cyber criminals. I'm very happy that Demian Smith is here from our INL Bureau, who is very heavily engaged in leading State Department efforts in Southeast Asia. Among other responsibilities, Treasury can impose sanctions on those who are linked to cyber scams, as it recently did to Cambodian tycoon Senator Lee Young-pat. Other U.S. federal agencies involved include DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Secret Service, and the U.S. Postal Service. When I've attended interagency meetings looking to coordinate our efforts, I am always amazed by the number of different agencies that are involved, that participate. Meetings that were attended by dozens of people, each very actively engaged. This is not an issue right now where you need to persuade U.S. agencies to pay attention. We are very involved already. Now, given the scope of cyber scams, one entity alone can't tackle the problem. Collaboration is necessary, and it's not just within governments or between governments, but with civil society, with the private sector, and with media. The most recent Track 1.5 policy dialogue, organized by the Stimson Center, brought together some 90 subject matter experts and civil society members. The majority of attendees joined from one of the 5 Mekong countries, with others attending from the United States, other ASEAN countries, and around the world to exchange views on needs and gaps related to combating online scam operations. Throughout the policy dialogue, participants discussed ways to prevent scams and human trafficking, the important roles civil society and media play in exposing and responding to scams, and how we need to improve collaboration between the public and the private sectors. We live in an interconnected world where the challenges we face, such as transnational crimes, do not respect borders. As I noted, these challenges are too vast and too complex for any single nation, organization, or sector alone to address. No matter how ambitious a country's laws and policies may be, their impact will be limited unless they are part of a broader, coordinated international coalition built on cooperation and collaboration, shared technology, knowledge and resources, and partnerships that identify innovative solutions. And beyond capacity and international partnerships, we need to change the incentive structure that makes it easy for criminals to thrive. We must raise the costs to the cyber scam industry while persuading authorities to crack down. To do that, governments must have the political will as well as the capacity to address the crime. The United States is committed to working with our partners to bring down transnational criminal networks, from trafficking in persons to trafficking in illicit narcotics, their precursors in natural resources, to money laundering and cyber crimes such as this. Cooperation is vital to protecting American citizens and citizens of our partner countries in Southeast Asia and around the world. We will continue to utilize MUSP as a strategic policy platform to push for application of solutions. We support actions taken so far by authorities in the Mekong subregion to address online scam operations. However, there is much more to do, and we encourage governments and the private sector to strengthen internal coordination and international cooperation to more effectively counter this threat. We will seek new ways to collaborate across U.S. agencies and with our Mekong partners to combine strengths and technical expertise in the fight against these scams. And we will look to build upon initiatives such as USAID's anti-trafficking program in Asia that brought together governments, civil society, and businesses from both source and destination countries. Skip that one. As we look ahead, I'd like to thank our partners at the Stimson Center for their implementation of the Track 1.5 dialogue series and the summary reports. This collaboration has contributed significantly to advancing U.S. engagement and policy development on critical topics in Southeast Asia. The report's policy recommendations, as I mentioned earlier, provide actionable steps to stop these destructive online scams. I look forward to hearing the next panel's experts discuss these recommendations. Thank you. I look forward to the rest of today's sessions. Thank you.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody joining us here in the room and also from around the world online. My name is Allison Pitlack, and I am the Director of Stimson's Cyber Program, as well as your moderator for the first panel today. So, cyber-enabled fraud, online scams. As we have already heard, the scope and scale of this form of crime has skyrocketed at an unprecedented rate in recent years. From the so-called pig butchering investment schemes to romance scams and fraudulent job offers, criminal syndicates are targeting vulnerable populations worldwide, leaving financial ruin and emotional devastation. Thousands of people are being lured into scams, either as scam victims or as forced and unwilling laborers in the compounds and operation centers out of which they are run. These operations often exploit human trafficking victims as their workforce, creating a dual humanitarian crisis that demands our urgent attention. As we will hear more about today through our panel, Southeast Asia has become both a target and an unwitting host for some of the more sophisticated cybercrime operations. What began as isolated centers in border regions has evolved into industrial-scale operations that combine technology, psychology, and organized crime. Before we get to our panel, I've been asked to say a few words about the work that we are doing here at the Stimson Center on this issue. Last year, we initiated a new project on countering cybercrime scam operations as a partnership between the Southeast Asia and the cyber programs. And as one part of this project, with support from the Government of Canada, we have been convening an online expert group to analyze the role and impact of different kinds of legal frameworks and how they can be better brought to bear on the problem. So our most recent roundtable considered cybercrime law, the new global UN cybercrime treaty, which will open for signature in Vietnam later this year. Future iterations might look more into anti-trafficking and anti-money laundering laws. Our experts are multidisciplinary and coming from a wide range of countries. And along the way, we've been publishing new resources and commentaries Just 2 weeks ago, we released a short piece looking at Starlink and satellite internet companies and their role in facilitating scams. And next month, we hope to release a longer piece that will assess policy responses in several target and victim countries. But the activity that I really want to call attention to today, and which has already been foreshadowed a little bit, was the 9th Mekong-U.S. Partnership Track 1.5 Dialogue on Countering Online Scam Operations. This was held in Bangkok in October of 2024. It was organized by the Stimson Center with the support of the U.S. Department of State. I think as we've already heard, the policy dialogues are a series of 11 conferences taking place between 2021 and 2025, and they're exploring a range of solutions to different policy and sustainability challenges in the Mekong subregion. The policy dialogue held last October was the 9th in the series, and it was the first to focus exclusively on the topic of online scam operations. I was very honored to co-chair the conference along with Courtney Weatherby, who is the Deputy Director of the Southeast Asia Program. So what did we talk about? Well, I think we recognized quite early on in our planning that countering scams requires an unusually high degree of cooperation between governments, technology companies, financial institutions, and a range of civil society actors. This is why we brought together over 90 experts from civil society, private sector, government, law enforcement, and more for a 3-day deep dive on the topic. And the agenda was likewise multidimensional. We talked about how to prevent scams in the first place and prevent the trafficking of individuals into scam centers. We talked about the role of media and civil society in tracking the problem, but also the risks that they face when they do so. We talked about multilateral collaboration, noting the transboundary nature of this threat, and regulatory efforts related to the special economic zones in which many compounds flourish, digital finance, and the telecommunications sector. What were the outcomes? Well, as we heard earlier today, we have just launched the summary report of this policy dialogue. And I have to say, I've been to a lot of conferences and workshops in my life, as I'm sure everyone in this room has. The policy dialogues have a very special and a very particular format. They really are not just talk shops, but they are a way for participants to actively contribute to developing a series of policy recommendations. And I think I can't stress enough the uniqueness of this truly bottom-up and participatory approach to formulating recommendations. Over the first 2 days of the conference, our organizing team, we took detailed notes on what we were hearing. We organized that across 6 thematic cross-cutting issues which are represented in the report. They are technical solutions, regulatory solutions, effective implementation, education and awareness raising, risk mitigation, and regional collaboration and coordination. And then through a system of breakout groups, Mentimeter polling, always a great tool, participants could collectively vote and rank which of the recommendations they were most supportive of, and these are what are presented in the report. This is now online on the Stimson Center website. I strongly encourage you all to read it. I do not have time to go through the dozens of recommendations that we contain, but we can offer is a really stellar panel of experts, 2 of whom were there at the policy dialogue last October, and who I think will collectively speak to a lot of the recommendations and information that is in report. So without further delay, I want to introduce our speakers. Mr. Damian Smith, who is the Director for Europe and Asia with the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs at the Department of State. Joining us online, and we do appreciate you dealing with significant time zone differences, we have Anastasia Jilingdong, who is a project officer with the Humanity Research Consultancy, and Hugh Ngo, who is a threat hunter at the National Cybersecurity Center of Vietnam, and a co-founder of Shuanglado, a company that he will tell us more about during his presentation. So, Director Smith, I think I will come to you first. And I was hoping that you could say a few words about how the Department of State understands its role in combating and responding to the growing scams crisis. As we've heard, this is a very rapidly evolving challenge. So what recommendations can you offer for moving forward?
Great, thanks Allison, and thanks to the Stimson Center for having our state delegation. It's great to follow Drew Harrop, and luckily a lot of the things I was going to mention are exactly what you were going to say, which shows how the assistance and the policy are really, there's no daylight between them. Also want to acknowledge Ambassador, thank you for joining us. The roots of INL, and maybe some of you aren't familiar with state INL. The roots of INL were actually in confronting the drug issues of the 80s in South America. And Congress decided that there would be value in targeted assistance to stop the problems there before they reached the U.S. and the harms that it inflicted on Americans. The idea was that the U.S. doesn't grow cocaine, doesn't process it, but was suffering the consequences from it. And that's really where state INL formed so many of its tools in working with law enforcement and justice sector partners. That model has now been replicated to all sorts of threats because some of those issues and those threats are the same, including cyber scams. The problems aren't necessarily being originated in the United States, but the Americans are the victims, as we've seen victims all around the world. So in fact now, states' tool set in INL assistance applies. We have to work with the countries where these scam centers are. We have to help get those law enforcement and justice sectors as capable, as informed as possible, but also to learn from them. That's why I particularly am honored to be on the panel with two folks who are in the arena. I mean, between Anastasia and Hugh, who, by the way, Threat Hunter is the best CV business card I can imagine. So kudos to that. I'll be taking notes because what we want to do at State and INL is learn the latest in terms of the trends that the criminals are using, their funding streams. What gaps are they exploiting? So for example, some of these issues have been echoed already. The multi-sector approach is, yes, you need as capable, aware law enforcement, judicial sector. The one thing criminals hate the most is a capable, honest cop. And so state INL really tries to build that up as much as possible. We want to bring our know-how, our law enforcement agencies, our justice sector, connect them with partners, whether it's bilateral, multilateral settings. We also need the private sector to be aware of it, to be responsive. I mean, as we've seen in the last few decades, the information revolution that now is not even foremost in our minds, we just live in it. We see our kids growing up in this information ecology. They have as much access to information and the power of the internet as anybody, but so do the criminals. So we see the tools that are making life much more productive and mobile, also allowing the criminals to benefit from that. So we need the tech side, the private sector, to be aware of it, to learn from it, to address it where they can. While we have guardrails, we need to make sure that human rights, the ability to express folks' opinions, that we don't trend into areas of censorship, so that we don't overcorrect on that front. And then finally, corruption and weak justice systems in general provide a fertile ground, not just for cyber scams, for all sorts of criminal activity, transnational criminal activity. We talk about the American victims in this, we talk about the folks who've lost money, but as Drew mentioned, there's modern slavery going on. These are abysmal conditions that we see in some of these cyber scam centers. I think that the folks who look at the threat in the U.S. see the dollar amount value. Looking more broadly, the human cost really is astonishing. It's dark. And so the more we can do to help on the victim side, both those folks losing the money, but also who are suffering under these unconscionable conditions is a real calling. I don't want to keep talking at you. I think the Q&A will be the most interesting part, and I really want to hear from my fellow panelists, so I'll stop there.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And I completely agree that I think we tend to think about the cost and the impact of this and in dollars only, and we overlook a lot of the human impact and human suffering. So thank you for your remarks. Anastasia, I hope that you can hear me well. I'm coming to you next. Great. Humanity Research Consultancy, or HRC, has been tracking the expansion and impact of scam compounds and operations on the ground for quite some time. What recent developments are you seeing, and what challenges do these developments present for taking a victim-centered approach to the scams issue?
Yeah, so good morning, everyone. I'm Anastasia Zhilingdong, and I'm currently project officer at a humanity research consultancy. We are a UK-based social enterprise dedicated to combat modern slavery and human trafficking. It was an honor to participate in the policy dialogue track last year, where I had the opportunity to share some of the cases we have supported over the past years. And I spoke about how victims of trafficking have challenges being identified, assisted, and also repatriated to their home countries so they can begin rebuilding their lives. One of the greatest challenges we face is implementing a truly victim-centered approach, especially for those trapped in scam compound. Many victims of forced cyber scamming are not recognized as such due to inadequate screening process, weak judicial protection, and narrow legal definition that fail to capture the complexity of trafficking today. Sometimes, even though the victim might have access to outside communication, many of them are afraid to seek help from their home countries or local authorities. They fear they will be treated as criminals instead of victims. Previously, many NGOs have engaged HRC as well in the process of victim identification to support those victims. But now many of those organizations have ceased to operate due to lack of funds. Scamming is a transnational issue. It's organized crime. It affects everyone. Many scam compounds are located in Southeast Asian countries and clustering at the border of Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, and Cambodia. These compounds are often located in special economic zones, areas that were meant to bring prosperity to local community, but have instead become center of exploitation and devastation. Victims are frequently lured in by fake online job posting, believing they're pursuing legitimate opportunity. Once they are inside the compound, the operation may resemble corporate environment, hierarchy with supervisor, cross-departmental structure, and even we have seen on the some reports, they are like annual New Year galas to celebrate the money they have scammed from others using a range of tactics. Some scammers have very high educational academia degrees, such as master's or PhD in computer science or engineering, and they employ high-level tech skill, including AI, VPN masking, to avoid detection. They operate also in multiple languages, sometimes more efficient than customer service centers. No matter wherever you are or what language you speak, you could potentially become a target and suffer significant financial loss. Raising awareness is key, but we still have a long way to go. A recent case in the spotlight involved a high-profile Chinese actor who was lured to Cambodia by a fake job offer. He was rescued thanks to public pressure from fans and celebrities calling on the government to act. His case drew attention to many others. Some family of trapped victims began sharing their story as part of the 星星回家计划 project of Star Return. Unfortunately, the platform that hosted this campaign has disappeared from the internet, which is just another important reminder of how fragile and complicated rescue efforts can be. Despite increased international attention, the scam industry continued to thrive. Some local reporters that remained in the countries, they reported that many compounds are either relocating after the raid or simply just expanding from the original location. And this is just another reminder that it's a very highly sophisticated criminal network. And without the vital presence of local organizations on the ground to assist, it will continue to grow. It is therefore critical that we recognize the importance of sustained support for civil society actors and commit to coordinate long-term prevention effort at every level. So what we can do better now with the current situation at the international level, we encourage each country. G20 has they have to collaborate, invest to address the scamming issue and trafficking in person. One crucial step might be that bring those NGO back because they have the experience, they are experts, and they know how to deal with the situation. At the government level, law enforcement agencies need better training and more cross-border cooperation to dismantle this scam operation effectively. At the corporate level, airport staff should be trained to identify suspicious travel patterns, such as having only one-way ticket without valid job visas. And for financial institutions, should they have to improve their fraud detection mechanism, flag suspicious transaction, and collaborate with experts to better track financial flows associated with those scamming operation. Last but not least, at the individual level, we must stay vigilant. Always double check those information that you receive, and always check the source of information we obtained. Thank you so much. I look forward to listen to the other panelists' input.
Thank you so much, Anastasia, and to your and HRC's very close on the ground and long-standing coverage and reporting on this issue. I also really appreciated the concrete recommendations that you offered us, some of which I feel like might be in our report, so it's good to hear them endorsed elsewhere. Okay, Hugh, I'm coming to you next, and I understand that your organization has been implementing a lot of really innovative approaches to detect and prevent online scams, including using artificial intelligence. And you're also doing this to aid victims and reduce the prevalence of the operations overall. So can you tell us a little bit more about these efforts? And also, in general, how can we better ensure that technology is being used for good rather than for harm?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here today. My name is Hiếu Minh Ngô, co-founder of Trong Lừa Đảo, an NGO anti-scam organization, which I founded together with other cybersecurity experts in Vietnam to fight against cyber criminals, including like online scammers. And today I want to touch on the AI dimension on cybercrime. And more importantly, the innovative action we are taking to fight back against the online scammers. So we are living in a world of where artificial intelligence is being weaponized in alarming ways, and now we facing deepfakes so realistically that even like change eyes get full, and videos of executives giving like phones orders, influencers, endorsing scams, and even like AI generated kidnappings using like deep voice cloning with that. And then so kind of they are no longer fiction, like they are happening today. And then we like we also have been like AI generated like fake news amplified by AI bots, and pushing the coordinated disinformation as mass scale, and it's really impacted society and the mentality of the people. And on the forefront, we are seeing the AI power malware and malicious website that adapting itself in real time, and automated scam chat system. Think of like ChatGPT turned evil, and very convincingly they impersonating like bank support agent, even like government official, or even like their family members. And these AI chatbots are running scam 24/7 with no tired, they don't need energy, they don't need to eat, with no empathy, no emotion, and no hesitation. And what we are doing about it, let me share with you one example that me and my team been building an AI model. It's designed to detect like scam website, particularly like phishing and fake investment website. It started as a symbol classifier, and to relentless, interaction like adversarial testing and real-time data enrichment. And now we've been boosting the detection accuracy to like up to 98.3%. And we combine the visual stimulate kind of similar detection and website language deception analysis, and infrastructure tracking to identify not just the web page, but the whole scam network behind it and form a single fake scam website. We can now map out the hosting server register abuse patterns and associate Telegram, WhatsApp channels that's used for the following, for follow-up scams. But we know that the AI alone is not enough because AI is also on the other side. So we are thinking bigger, So here is some few innovative idea that we could potentially exploit next. Like the first thing is about the voice print honeypots. I think we can deploy this fake customer service numbers that collecting the scam voice samples, and we can train counter the voice detection model. And the second is AI scam chatbot decoys, creating like decoys personas that integrate into like scam chatbot to triggers and analyze and profile their behavior at scale. And if they are automating scam, we automating counter intelligence. And the third one is crowd power AI training, like letting user flag any suspicious message and website, and then feeding these data back into the AI model for faster scam detection. And the last one is AI fingerprint of scam behavior, like moving beyond the content, right? And we can looking at the interaction style, things like tapping cadence, language, or grammar, inconsistencies, and even how these chatbots pause during a chat. And so we can build a behavior AI signatures. So at the end of the day, right, like this is a race, but it's not AI versus AIs, but it is human and AI working together against the bad actors, misusing the same tool we are using. So let's not just play defense, but we can use AI not just detect the threats, but also to outsmart, and also outscale them. Thank you so much for the time. Stay safe.
That was really helpful. We talk about AI often as being this double-edged sword, and cybersecurity is offering a lot of offensive potential, but also potential for defenders as well. And I think you highlighted that really, really well. Thank you. I just want to check with my colleagues if I know we're a little bit behind time. Are we still time for Q&A? Yes? Okay, wonderful. Then in that case, let's do a quick round. I would ask anyone to please clarify who you are directing your question to, also to introduce yourself. And I think we'll probably take maybe 2 or 3 questions and then come back to the panel for responses. Have we answered all your questions? Okay, yep.
Them, given the time limitations, would appreciate just a concise rundown on some of the recommendations that you think are most actionable in the short term for countering the issue of cybercrime and scams coming from mainland Southeast Asia. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else in the room? We've got one online. Yes.
Hi, my name is Vincent. I'm a student at the Rand School of Public Policy. I was wondering, this is for Mr. Smith mostly, what is, does China offer an alternative to what state INL is doing to help prevent these cyber crimes? I know I'm kind of a new student of this region, but I know a lot of the countries in the region are sort of agnostic towards U.S. and China, and they want whoever's going to kind of help them the most. How is China fitting into this issue? Thank you.
Great. I've got two online that I'll read out quickly, and then we'll come back to the panel. The first is coming from Robbie C., who's asking how to educate my family about fraud prevention knowledge. So I know, Anastasia, you talked a little bit about education and awareness, but I think this one could probably go to anybody in the panel. And then we also have a question from John coming in online. This is a question for Anastasia. You'd mentioned that there were NGOs that had some of their funding cuts. So how has the lack of funding to NGOs or civil society affected efforts to combat cybercrime operations, and what is necessary for success going forward? Dimi, do you want to maybe start with you?
Sure. Thanks for the question. And I'm interested also in the answers to the other great questions. What the U.S. offers is an exchange, mutual respect on the basis of trust, that our law enforcement or justice sector professionals, our agencies, implementers, organizations that we work with connect and build something together with countries anywhere. So when we're talking about cyber scams in Southeast Asia, we have a long history of doing that on a whole range of issues, criminal, countering crime, but also protecting the environment, opening markets, this sorts of thing. So we see it as an exchange in that our agencies, our country is benefiting as much as the partners we're working with. So when we go to these countries to offer that, we want it to be a long-term, durable engagement based on that. Our goal is not to come in and just look, for example, at American victims. We want to make sure that the ecology in these countries, just like we want our communities to be safe and we want to have full trust in our law enforcement and courts and justice sector, people everywhere want that. So our programs are intended to do that. Just like I mentioned with the initial sort of fight against drugs in South America, we weren't going in there just to stop one particular drug trafficker that was shipping their goods to the U.S. We went there to say this country is going to partner, wants partners to be able to move past this scale of this issue. And that's what we want to see in Southeast Asia. So that's the engagement offer, and based on what we're seeing in the region, there's a demand for it.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Anastasia and then to Hugh, but I think we've got maybe like 30 seconds each. Sorry for that. We're just a little bit behind time here. Anastasia?
Yes. So for the civil society, most of the actors now, they have stopped operating in the Southeast Asian region, which means the victim no longer have their support in the victim screening system. And now most of the jobs has been handed over to the local shelter and also the law enforcement. So, and recently we also have been hearing many cases about the victim that they have been convinced to go back to work in the compound because after being repatriated home, they still didn't receive enough money to leave, and then now they have been convinced to go back to continue working this scamming compound. As for educating family, I would just suggest that you always talk to them about many of the scamming incident, and encourage them to watch news and read newspaper about other cases, keep them well informed. It's very unfortunate that there's only those things we can do at the moment. We still need a lot of help and resource to continue to educate people. There is a recent case that my uncle actually got scammed 3,500 euro because he received a call of tax exemption and so on and so on. Even though I'm engaging in this industry that engaging in such field that to help people, to help them to prevent them from fall to victims, but yeah, I would say that we still have a lot of things to do to keep people aware of the situation. Thank you.
Hugh, if you have thoughts on any of those questions, really 30 seconds or less. I'm sorry for that, but we're on schedule. Did we lose him? No? Okay. Okay. Well, then in that case, and Jeff, just to your great question, I'm happy to chat with you offline about some of the recommendations in our summary report. A big warm thanks to all of our panelists today and to all of you for joining in this conversation.
Thanks.
And it is now my honor to introduce His Excellency Nguyen Quoc Sung, who is the Vietnamese ambassador to the United States. I understand that the ambassador is the 7th person to hold this position, having arrived in 2022 after serving as a deputy foreign minister for several years. Your Excellency, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and good morning, everybody. Das and Harov, Ambassador Terosas, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to join you today at this important dialogue on navigating the futures of mainland Southeast Asia. I thank the Stimson Center, especially Mr. Brian Eilers, for continued leadership in convening thoughtful discussions on Mekong governance, regional resilience, and strategic cooperations. Before I continue, allow me to express our deepest condolences and solidarity with the people of Myanmar and Thailand following the earthquake on March the 28th. Our thoughts are with the families affected by the tragedy. We are reminded that Mekong countries are bound not only by rivers, but by shared vulnerabilities and mutual responsibility. In difficult times, we stand together. Vietnam is proud to be a constructive voice and a partner in the Mekong conversations. For us and many, the Mekong is not just a river. It nourishes our lands, sustains our peoples, and connects our economies with the world. And for the world, the river is a global asset whose health and stability carry implications far beyond Southeast Asia. I still recall the joint publication by the Stimson Center and the East-West Centers, Mekong Matters for Americas and America Matters for the Mekong, which rightfully captured the strategic, economic, and human stakes of our partnership. Strategically, as a key corridor linking the Indian Pacific Oceans, the Mekong region plays a crucial role in shaping maritime access, regional energy flows, and supply chain stability. Today, it stands at the intersections of multiple cooperation frameworks, the Mekong River Commission, MRC, Mekong Japan, Mekong ROK, Mekong Ganga, Mekong Lancang, Ayada Chao Phraya Mekong Economic Cooperation Strategy, or ACMEX, Greater Mekong Subregion, GMS, and more. So the proliferations of these initiatives highlights the Mekong as a hub for diplomacy, innovations, and a barometer of international engagement's credibility. So it is also a testing ground for the principles the United States and other development partners seek to uphold in the Indo-Pacific, including respect for sovereignty, openness, transparencies, good governance, ASEAN centralities, peace, stability, and sustainable development. In this sense, the Mekong is a stage on which strategic trust is built and ultimately either strengthened or lost. Economically, the United States has growing stakes in the Mekong regions, which over 1,000 American firms active across the regions. They are increasingly looking to Mekong for supply chain diversifications, particularly in sectors such as electronics, semiconductors, textiles, energies, and agriculture. These are not only engines for U.S. innovations and export power, they also align with Mekong region's growing demand for high standard infrastructures and advanced manufacturing. And of course, the Mekong-U.S. partnership is not just about strategy and economics. It is ultimately about people. The Mekong region is home to over 240 million people, many of whom are young, dynamic, hardworking, increasingly well-skilled. The region's growing and adaptable labor force is one of its greatest assets, fueling industrial growth, digital transformation, and emerging sectors such as artificial intelligence. And yet, the river and its people are at a crossroad. As a theme of the conference success, we are confronted not by a single threat, but by a conversion of challenges. These challenges are testing the resilience of our societies, our ecosystems, and our partnerships. The once abundant ecosystems that sustain generations are under existential threat. Sediments loss, saltwater intrusions, altered water flows, and a slow motion descent into the sea. These pressures are not solely natural. They reflect decades of man-made activities that have reshaped the river's natural rhythms. From large-scale infrastructures to intensive resource use, human interventions have pushed the system towards a tipping point. Second is the rise of non-traditional security threats, as you said, with cybersecurity an increasing urgent concern that our previous panel have just shown. We are witnessing a sharp rise in fraudulent digital operations, often linked to organized transnational crimes. Vietnam has not been immune. We are intensifying our efforts to strengthen our cybersecurity laws, cross-border enforcement mechanisms, and public awareness campaigns, but we cannot do this alone. As part of these initiatives, Vietnam will host the signing ceremony for the United Nations Convention Against Cybercrimes, scheduled to take place in Hanoi this October. The third challenge is the legacies of war. This issue extends far beyond the Mekong Delta. It is a burden that spreads across the countries. Vietnam remains one of the most heavily affected countries in the world by landmines and unexploded ordnance. In addition, more than 4.8 million Vietnamese were exposed to Agent Orange, with over 3.2 million suffering severe health consequences that span generations. Ladies and gentlemen, as we mark 16 years of Mekong-U.S. cooperation, we are encouraged by the continuous commitment from the United States, as seen as the third MUSP, or usually MUSP, foreign ministers meeting in 2024, where the new plan of actions was adopted. These initiatives should be protected and scaled, but we must also be realistic. Allow me to highlight some areas where we can advance together. First, on transboundary water resource management. It is essential to strengthen real-time, reliable data sharing and promote transparent, evidence-based water governance. These actions are vital for safeguarding the water, food, energy nexus that sustain millions. Second, U.S. support for high-quality infrastructures via tools like the DFC can unlock co-developed trilateral or quadrilateral projects with partners such as Japan, Australia, Korea, and the EU. Beyond infrastructures, we must expand into sectors like semiconductors and digital innovations. We must also deepen cooperation on non-traditional threats, cybercrime, natural disasters, and pandemics that transcend borders and demand joint responses. Third is ASEAN centrality. The Mekong is not a periphery. It is integral to ASEAN community building. Its success is ASEAN's success. Experience shows that initiatives are more effective when they are driven by regional vision and ownership and mechanisms that can withstand fluctuations in foreign assistance while delivering long-term impacts. Fourth, a whole of government approach is vital. This includes not only the executive branch, but bipartisan support from Congress, state-level actors, and private sectors. Together, they can anchor the Mekong-U.S. partnership as a durable pillar of cooperation. Last but not least, we must never lose sight of the legacies of war. Continued U.S. support for war legacy remediations is deeply valued and remains a cornerstone of our shared commitment to healing and reconciliations. So, ladies and gentlemen, the challenges facing the Mekong are sobering, but not insurmountable. We have the tools, we have the partnerships. Now we must march towards with enduring actions. Vietnam stands ready to work with the United States and all partners to write a new chapter for the Mekong, one defined not by fragility, but by resilience, not by reaction, but by shared vision. So thank you for the attention.
We're going to move into our Mekong River Governance panel. I want to thank you all for coming today. I want to thank Darby and the team, as well as Das Harrop, Director Smith, Ambassador Zoom, for your remarks today. Ambassador Theodosius is going to conclude our conference at the end of the morning. We'll move to a coffee break in a bit, but before we get to that, I want to just thank Anton Delgado for coming all the way from Cambodia for this conference. And he's the reason why we're doing this today. He called me up and said, hey, the Pulitzer Center is willing to fly me to Washington for a series of events. Don't have much of a plan right now. Let's do something. And here we are. And I want to thank Anton. We've worked on many stories together of a variety of issues over the years, and you're an intrepid investigative reporter. And again, thank you so much for being here. And I'm going to turn this over to you now to facilitate our session.
Yes, thank you everyone so much for coming. Happy to be here for the Pulitzer Center, and thrilled that I actually have had the honor of interviewing everybody on this panel at different stages of time, starting with Brian years ago. So that's very exciting for me, and I'm so happy to be here with all of you. So yes, of course, we have Brian Eiler here, who's the Program Director for the Southeast Asia Desk for the Stimson Center, joining us virtually. Yeah. Fantastic. We have Niwat Roykyu, who's a Goldman Prize winner, who also affectionately goes by Kru T in Thailand. And we had the honor of meeting in Chang Kong at the Mekong School a couple months back. And then also calling in is Zeb Hogan, a Nat Geo explorer, and the project lead for Wonders of the Mekong, which is a really fascinating conservation group that's been doing a lot of work in Cambodia and Vietnam as well. So I think we're going to do a quick round of 5-minute presentations for all of our fantastic speakers. So I'll let Brian take it away.
Thank you, Anton. And I'm just going to give a bit of an overview of some of the most pressing issues emerging in the region now. I know that Zeb and Guti are going to take a deeper dive. But before I do that, I just want to honor the memory of a very important supporter of our work at the Stimson Center on Mekong issues and Southeast Asia issues broadly. Gwen Robinson passed away over the weekend in Bangkok. She was the editor-at-large for the Nikkei Asia, and actually was one of the founders of that very important media outlet. We wouldn't know about the Funan-Teco Canal, which I'll talk about in a bit, without Gwen's work. We wouldn't know about much of what's happening in Myanmar without her work. And she was an ardent supporter of everything Southeast Asia. And she's going to be really missed. She launched my book talk at the FCCC Thailand back in 2019. She was the moderator for the launch of the Mekong Dam Monitor back in 2020. Just a really important friend. And I'd just like to take a moment of silence to honor her memory. And I encourage you to go online and see the kind of the outpouring of experiences that people have had with Gwen over the years. Gwen Robinson. So to start with the earthquake, this was a devastating earthquake in Myanmar that shook buildings in Bangkok that we all saw online. Neither the epicenter of the earthquake nor Bangkok is in the Mekong Basin. We did a quick call to our network, people like Guti and Cheng Kong, which was much closer to the epicenter than Bangkok, and found that in the Mekong region, very few people felt it. Vientiane, Laos, capital of Laos, did feel the earthquake. But there's the question of were dams damaged? And the Mekong Basin now has over 700 dams built in it. And there's a need to review damage from earthquakes. And this is a very active, seismically active area. If a single dam, large or small, fails, we're looking at major destruction for communities downstream. So there's a greater need for immediate real-time monitoring of infrastructure damage. The Irrawaddy River, where the epicenter of the earthquake was, has lots of dams in it. And because so much has gone dark in Myanmar now, and because of such a lack of transparency, again, there's a need to check on that infrastructure, particularly as it begins to fill into this coming wet season. And when reservoirs are full, there's a pressure behind those reservoirs, and they can break. It's a situation like that where you don't want to have a major earthquake happening. And there's a greater need for disaster risk reduction broadly in the region. Hanoi, which is also not in the Mekong Delta or in the Mekong Basin, was hit extremely hard by Typhoon Yagi back in September. And Vietnam, as a country, had trouble managing its reservoirs in the Red River Basin in the context of China's upstream dams in the Red River Basin. And from what I understand, some of the dams almost failed as a result of that particular incident. There was good forecasting. There was better communication between China and Vietnam on how to operate those dams to reduce risk. But we almost had a catastrophe on our hands. And that type of coordination and bringing the toolbox on how to watch dams in real time, how to communicate using information technology, and how to communicate across borders, this is something that the U.S. can help with. And the U.S. has been helping. The U.S. needs to continue to help in this expanding area of disaster risk reduction. So the Mekong region, we heard from the ambassador about how the Mekong is so important for Vietnam and the Mekong Delta's agricultural productivity. I want to hit on the fact that now in the United States, you cannot find, I do this when I go all over the U.S., I look for products from the Mekong Delta, particularly in Vietnam. You can't find a supermarket that doesn't have rice, fish, or shrimp from Vietnam in it, in the entire country. So we rely on the water of the Mekong for our own diet now. And that is at risk from a variety of factors. And it's something that needs to be heightened. So why does the Mekong matter to America? Well, it feeds us. Also, the Mekong, we're going to hear, is home to the world's largest fish, the Mekong giant stingray. Zeb is going to tell us all about it. It's also home to the world's second largest fish, the Mekong giant catfish. And when you have this great array of large fauna or large fish, you know that there's a robust ecosystem of other fish that support them. And indeed, there are over 1,000 species of fish in the Mekong. But the fisheries superlative for the Mekong is really what makes it great. It's the world's most productive river in terms of fisheries. And that fishery is at risk. The Cambodian population survives on the protein intake from that fisheries intake in Cambodia. 70% of Cambodia's animal protein intake comes from the productivity of the Tonle Sap Lake. And this is being threatened by climate change. This is being threatened by upstream dams. And our work at the Stimson Center with the Mekong Dam Monitor is showing how dams and climate interact to put that fishery on the edge of ruin. And what we don't want happening in Cambodia is some type of food security crisis breaking out because of the collapse of that fishery. There are knock-on effects for Vietnam in that instance. There are knock-on effects for Thailand next door in that particular instance. And obviously, a lot of chaos and danger for the country of Cambodia. Just a few other points to mention is that the Mekong River Commission, which oversees the sustainable development of the Mekong River Basin, and a good partner and friend of the Stimson Center and the United States, is celebrating its 30th year this year. So 30 years of the 1995 Mekong Agreement. There's a brand new CEO, Madam Busadi Santipak from Thailand, the first woman and first Thai CEO of the Mekong River Commission. I've had the pleasure of meeting her. I think she's ready for the job and eager to engage with counterparts here in the United States for continued support. Why is it important for the United States to support the Mekong River Commission? Well, we always have. We've been there from the beginning. And this is a center of excellence for research, for data collection, that has been buttressed by the continued support of NASA, of the State Department, of USAID, of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And we've put a lot of work into it. Without us, they are weaker. They're not producing real-time information. They're not able to make the decisions that they need to make about the future of the river system. And at the same time, their partner upstream, new partner, is kind of circling for new ways to kind of get into the mix of transboundary river governance. So we're hearing that China is calling for a new river basin organization that would include the countries of the Mekong River Commission, but likely would be led by a Sino-centric approach to things. I think China indeed should join a river basin commission, join the Mekong River Commission. It's been there for 30 years, doing 30 years of great work. There's definitely a pathway forward. And indeed, the only way to have good governance over the Mekong River system is to include all the countries of the Mekong, including China. I do want to note that there's a need for increased monitoring in the Mekong Basin. The Stimson Center has produced a new map of what we call all dams in the river system. There are over 700 dams in the Mekong Basin now, 600 of which are in the Mekong River Commission countries. Every one of those dams needs to be notified by legal requirement to the Mekong River Commission Secretariat, but it's only been done 60 times, okay? So 1/10 of the instances that should have happened. So there's a need for greater monitoring. If the law isn't being followed, I think there are people here in the United States that are supporting this effort. They're going to ask questions. You know, why are we supporting this effort if the letter of the law cannot be followed? So we're going to need more monitoring to ensure that there's an adherence to the 1995 Mekong Agreement. And then just a quick run through of 4 projects to watch if you follow Mekong Dam issues or canals, that Thailand and China are involved with 3 new dam projects being built on the mainstream of the Mekong in Laos. There's the Pak Bang Dam, which we're going to hear about from Guti in the Golden Triangle, that's going to have backwater effects that the dam's in Laos, but it's going to back up into the Golden Triangle in Thailand and cause issues for the Thai communities there. There's the Sanakam Dam, which is going through local consultations right now. This is at the border in Laos, but at the border of Thailand, around Lui province, if you're familiar with where that is, 2 kilometers up from important tourism communities in Thailand. Many questions around this large mainstream dam being built by a Thai construction company that have yet to be answered. And then with dams, finally, there's the Pu Noi Dam, which is likely going to be announced soon by the Lao government, and will go through the required consultation processes of the Mekong River Commission. This dam is extremely dangerous. It's near Pak Se in Laos on the mainstream, and the rule of thumb for fisheries impacts is the closer you are to the downstream, the larger the dam is, and if it's on the mainstream, the greater impact it's going to have. And this one ticks all those boxes. It's as bad as the Sambo Dam, the Stum Treng Dam, which the Cambodians have postponed because they know how devastating a project like those two dams are. Yet, Thailand and Laos are forging ahead with an announcement on the Pu Noi Dam. So that's one to watch. And finally, the Funan Teco Canal. I've been talking in the media about this and in the policy discourse that it's not looking like this project will move forward, even though the groundbreaking ceremony happened in August. The construction contract's not been signed. Financing has not been inked for that particular project, despite all the national level importance that the Hun Manet government has put over it. I think the Cambodians have every right to build this canal, strategically important for Cambodia. It's just important to go through the Mekong River Commission processes as outlined in the 1995 Mekong Agreement, and they're not doing it. And if you want to understand more about that, go to some of our online work on this. But I do want to point out that this month, Xi Jinping will visit Cambodia. And will we see an announcement on the Funan Teco Canal? I think that's something that the Cambodian government is looking for. Let's keep our eyes peeled for that. So thank you for a quick overview of what's happening in the Mekong. Back to you, Anton.
Perfect. Thank you, Brian. I think we're going to head straight to Kuti in Thailand for his brief remarks as well.
Can you hear us? Sawasdee krap.
Yeah. Hello. Hello.
Hello, good evening. Thank you so much. Well, perhaps we can start with Zeb. Zeb, if you're standing by, would that be easier?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Stimson. Thank you, Anton, for the opportunity to speak today and to join this discussion. I'd also like to quickly acknowledge USAID, the dedicated staff of USAID who were instrumental in the work that I'm going to be talking about today, and also the staff of Wonders of the Mekong. My name is Zeb Hogan. I'm a co-lead of the Wonders of the Mekong. It's a program that applies research, capacity building, and outreach to the conservation and development challenges in the Mekong region. The topic today that we're discussing today is a critical one, especially as we reflect, as Brian mentioned, on the 30th anniversary of the Mekong Agreement that was signed in 1995. I first started working in the region in 1996, and I've always appreciated the vitality, the tremendous potential of the region, and I've also been around long enough that I've seen an incredible amount of change. As we've heard, the region is experiencing an increasing push for large infrastructure projects. That push is well underway, we're talking about dams and canals. And these projects have far-reaching implications for water and environmental governance. While many of the projects are seen as drivers of economic development, their impact on the river's ecology, biodiversity, and on local communities is often underestimated. To understand the complexity of the situation, I'd like to first just briefly go over the situation in the Mekong today. The Mekong is home to globally significant biodiversity, some of the richest fisheries in the world that support millions of people through agriculture, through fishing, through the use of natural resources. However, in the last 3 decades, infrastructure development, and particularly hydropower dams, have dramatically altered the river and its tributaries. And the cumulative effects of these developments have become increasingly evident in the decline of fisheries and biodiversity, and in the struggles of people seeking to support themselves from the river and its bounty. We especially see this on a local level. It becomes very clear, especially downstream of large projects. The MRC recently estimated the capture fisheries have declined by approximately 25%, so that's hundreds of thousands of tons of fish. between 2015 and 2020. And most of the Mekong's iconic megafish, as Brian mentioned, the giant freshwater stingray, the giant catfish, these fish are critically endangered and at risk of imminent extinction. So the biodiversity and fisheries of the Mekong are globally significant, but they're being increasingly threatened by infrastructure development that often lacks robust environmental impact assessment or coordination by developers. For example, in terms of the siting, the design, and operation of hydropower projects. In the 3S system, the Sekong, Srepak, and Sesan in Cambodia, and along the Mekong River in Thailand, Laos, and China, recent Wonders of the Mekong studies have documented significant declines of migratory fish populations, primarily due to disruption in flow patterns, lack of dispersal of young fish, and blocking of access to spawning habitat. In the lower Mekong, we see a diminished flood pulse, which in turn leads to reduced fish harvests for Cambodia and Vietnam. On a positive note, in cases where development decisions have been informed by research and monitoring, many negative impacts have been avoided or mitigated. The Cambodian Mekong, which remains free-flowing, supports some of the last populations of many endangered fish, and fisheries remain an important part of the economy and livelihoods in Cambodia. When we focus on individual projects like the Lower Sesan 2 in Cambodia, we can clearly see localized impacts that are already being felt. And just across the border in Lao PDR, another project, the Sekong A Dam, would block an incredibly important stretch of one of the last free-flowing stretches, tributaries in the lower Mekong Basin, and have significant impact on communities both in Laos and Cambodia, and potentially all the way down into Vietnam. It's not just about the potential environmental damage, but also about social and cultural tolls that these projects have on communities, as we've seen, for example, around the Don Sahong project in southern Laos. Similarly, numerous dams that Brian mentioned that are planned for the mainstream Mekong in Laos, many of which are in the planning stages, will have severe consequences for livelihoods of surrounding populations. One of the concerns is the lack of transparency and failure to involve local communities in the planning process that highlight a deeper issue in Mekong governance, one of insufficient consultation and consideration of the people most directly impacted by these projects. As we move forward toward the next phase of dam development, it's important that the 1995 Mekong Agreement, the MRC, and the EIA processes evolve to remain effective and inclusive in the face of these new development projects. This brings me to one of the key challenges that we face in the Mekong River and Mekong River governance today, which is the need or the importance of robust research and monitoring programs. There's a noticeable gap in reliable, up-to-date analysis of the status of fish stocks and biodiversity trends. And without this data, we cannot effectively measure the impact of current projects, nor can we anticipate future impacts. This is where partnerships like collaborations between Wonders of the Mekong, Cambodian governments and universities, as well as local communities come in. By focusing on understanding and preserving a functional Mekong River system, we're able to identify bright spots, areas where conservation efforts, management efforts, interventions have made a difference, and learn from them. Wonders of the Mekong also works to communicate these lessons regionally and globally, and we reach more than 1 billion people with these lessons and messages every year. Historically, projects like Wonders of the Mekong, through projects like Wonders of the Mekong, the U.S. has been a valuable partner and leader in grassroots collaborations fostering sustainable development. Programs like Wonders of the Mekong demonstrate how engagement with local communities, businesses, government, research institutions can drive positive change. And these types of collaborations build mutual understanding, advance scientific knowledge, and improve lives. The discovery, for example, in 2022 in Cambodia of the world's largest freshwater fish, a 660-pound giant freshwater stingray, and the rediscovery of a presumed extinct species demonstrate the resilience of the Mekong and serve as a reminder of the importance of safeguarding the environment as regional economies grow. The Mekong region is integral to regional security and stability in Southeast Asia. The health of the Mekong River directly impacts the broader health of the region, and good governance is crucial for ensuring peace, security, and prosperity in the years to come. Programs like Wonders of the Mekong, working with the support of local partners in the region, has a crucial role to play in this effort, not just for the future of the Mekong River, but for the broader stability and prosperity of the region and the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zeb. And I just wanted to go to Kuti to see if he could give his brief remarks as well. How's our audio?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for honoring me with the opportunity to discuss the urgent issue of river management or environmental management in the Mekong region. Over the nearly 3 decades of hydroelectric dams being built on the upper Mekong River in China, there are now 12 no dams on the upper Mekong River, storing water and sediment that are essential for the Mekong fertility. People downstream, such as the Mekong River Basin community in Chiang Rai province, have been severely impacted by the cumulative impact, and thanks to environment, fishery, and agriculture community. The plan to develop 11 hydropower dams on the lower Mekong River. 2 complete dams, Sayaburi and Donsong Dam, have been in operation for the past 5 to 6 years and have already created impact. The impacts after the dam has started generating electricity, severely affecting the bay for life and the riverside community and the riverside ecosystem without any affecting mitigation. Community along the Mekong River and many of its tributaries have experienced unusual fluctuation in the water level since the dam began operating, include the decrease in sediment levels, leading to the distinct blue-green river phenomenon in the Nakhon Phanom province on the hungry sediment river condition. Fish catch have declined dramatically, with some Thai fishermen reporting loss of up to 80%. This has led to food shortage and worsening quality of life for the people in Thailand northeastern region. While the construction of fish passes by dam developer has not been able to tell the time and number of fish that will be able to pass through. The push to build more dam will only worsen the Mekong River near death state. The same is true of rushing to build a massive 1,460 megawatt Luang Prabang Dam in 2020, located near the UNESCO World Heritage City of Luang Prabang. Although construction is underway and power pushing agreement has been signed. Questions remain about the adequacy, environmental and heritage impact assessment, and the potential long-term impact on the region's cultural and ecological. In addition, from the survey in early 2024, we found that in addition to the construction of the Luang Prabang Dam, there were also mining concession along the bank of the Mekong River in the Iceland or Don, and the mouth of the tributary before the water flood the area. This mining can be seen along both sides of the Mekong River from the north of Luang Prabang Dam to Park Bank. We found mining along the bank of Mekong again from the north of Park Bang Dam up to area Bo Keo Province, Chiang Rai Province. If counting from the Thai-Lao border, from the Golden Triangle down the river, Park Bang Dam is the first dam located only 96 kilometers south of แก่งผาไดห้วยลึกเชียงของอำเภอเชียงของอำเภอเวียงแก่นจังหวัดเชียงราย Province. The installed electricity generate capacity is 912 megawatt. The Park Bang Dam prior conservation process was initiated with the MRC in December 2016 with a power purchase agreement signed with EGAT Thailand in September 2023 with scheduled commercial operate date of 2033. Construction is expected to commence on 1 October 2025 with a scheduled commercial operate date of 1 January 2033. The Mekong Thailand People Network submit a letter to Bank in Thailand requesting a suspension of loan in October 2024 and organize a campaign to call for the conservation of the Park Bang Dam on 7 December 2024. Although the PNPCA process had been completed and the power purchase agreement had been signed, no relevant government agency and dam developer have been able to provide answer to question and resolve transboundary impact for the Thai people in Chiang Rai and Mekong River Province in the northeast. Riverside community and local governments report that they have not received clear information about the potential and cumulating impact of the dam. Despite requests for information, the major transboundary impact on the Mekong River in Chiang Rai Province are the impact of the backflow or flow of water to tributary, such as the Ngao River with the basin of the old city, and the location of Vieng Can district today. The Ing River in the Chiang Khong district, Chiang Rai Province, is an important agricultural lowland in the northern Thailand. This backflow will flood agriculture area, the old city and the coastal ecosystem and the downs or island. From the plant water level of the dam at 340 meters above sea level, the dam could cause water level to rise significantly in Thailand, increasing the risk of severe flooding and destroy valuable agriculture area and archaeological site, changing the ecosystem and the flow of the river, which will affect aquatic animal and plant such as fish and Mekong algae, and is concerned for flood, for food security due to the decline in the number of fish and aquatic plants that are an important source of food, protein, and income for the neighboring community. That Park Bank Dam project highlights the tension between development in one country and transboundary impact on the neighbor country. Despite significant concern from the community, party, and even Thai authority, the project continued with side power purchase agreement, the lack of competency and transparent impact assessment, particularly regarding the impact on Thailand, remain a key issue. Another case that was discussed today is the Sanakam Dam, a dam on the Mekong River located just 2 kilometers from the Thai border from the mouth of the Huang River in the Chiang Khan district in the Loei province. This project is under consideration under the prior consultation process on the Mekong River Commission (MRC). The Office of Nation Water Resource of Thailand has organized a public hearing in area that may be affected with the fourth and final public hearing held in Bangkok province on 14 February 2025 to formally correct Thailand's opinion to present the government and the MRC. The MRC has previously rejected the technical report of the Sanakam Dam, stating that in the information on the impact to downstream country was still unclear. The Sanakam Dam project is another example of the complexity of transboundary impact. The MRC's rejection of the technical report reflects regional concern. Civil society's action to sue ONWR indicating dissatisfaction with the participate and disclosure process, as well as concern about possible transboundary impact such as change in the deepwater channel, banks erosion, boundary change, and impact on the fishery and livelihood of people living along the Mekong River. The role of Mekong River Commission (MRC), Office of Nation Water Resource (ONWR), in suitable governance of the Mekong River, as well or no, the Lower Mekong Basin country have a synchronization under the agreement on cooperate for the sustainable development for the Mekong Basin on April 5, 9095 in Chiang Rai province, which Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, and Vietnam, to jointly create and for mutual benefit for sustainable development, use conservation and management for water resource and resource for the Mekong Basin. The development of all the Mekong or the lower Mekong dams mentioned above MRC, the central organization that acts as coordinator, creates sustainable management of the Mekong River according to the agreement for the four countries, has not yet reached the point of having member country comply with the agreement transparently and fairly, expiry, the prior consulate process or PNPCA, which a process that faci- facilitate the construction of them because it cannot stop the construction of them that have impact on the environment, economy, and social of 10 of million people. It's only five solution to problem when the dam are complete. That's main reason is that the development of hydropower dam lacks a true participatory process and lacks the main reason that is development for hydropower dam lacks true transboundary process and lacks true transparent study of cross border regarding the Park Bank and Sanakam Dam, which are not far from the Thai border. There have been many observations of the lacks of transparency in formation disclosure and public participation in decision making from many parties. The pressure from the community impact on the lower Mekong River for almost 3 decades from China upstream hydropower dam as small dams are built on the lower Mekong River, which is likely to become too reservoir and concerned about the cumulating impact from the multiple dams on the Mekong River, which could worsen the situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kuti, and thank all three of you for the fantastic remarks. I know we're a little short on time, and I'm a huge Mekong nerd, so I have like 6 follow-ups and a couple of pitches. But I did want to give all of our audiences, both here and virtually, a chance to ask a couple of questions. Does anyone have any questions for our panelists? Well, something that took me a moment to wrap my head around when I started reporting about the Mekong was the significance of these intergovernmental groups, which we spoke about with the Mekong River Commission. Just for folks that perhaps aren't the most familiar, Brian, could you explain why these groups, specifically on a transboundary river like the Mekong, play such an important role?
Sure. Well, countries of the Mekong River Commission, member countries, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, and Thailand, have their own right to develop the river as they see fit. There are notification requirements and actually international agreement requirements for certain types of projects. That has never been tested. So there's never been an international agreement formed around a particular project. The Funan Teco Canal is one which requires that, given that the discussion around the canal suggests that there'll be dry season irrigation use from the Mekong River to develop industrial scale agriculture in southern Cambodia. If that's done without international agreement, that's a violation of the international treaty. So the countries, there are no enforcement mechanisms for these members. There's only diplomacy. They've got to work it all out with themselves. And to do that, you need good data and good science to back it. And much of the MRC started with kind of like ugly bearded white guys like me, populating its offices 20, 30 years ago, but has transitioned to a really robust cohort of local men and women experts that carry on the good work of what was established in the past. And you need good data, you need good evidence to inform that diplomacy, that diplomatic discussion. Obviously, politics still kind of holds sway at times, but this is a process that I've learned is about learning as you go, strengthening protocols as they go along. And at the same time, the 1995 Mekong Agreement is not just a kind of like a flagship agreement for the Global South for transboundary river governance. It is for all countries. They're really, at the time, it was the best river basin agreement in the world and still held to high regard. It excludes, China's not a member. China is obviously an upstream country and has very large dams that impact the downstream. And now there's been an ongoing conversation an official conversation between China and the Mekong River Commission, which has been productive. It's producing joint studies. But if you look at the research that's independently produced by the Mekong River Commission, this will say dam impacts are causing these changes. And then when you look at the joint studies produced by the MRC and China, it says, well, climate change does most of the damage. All right? So that conversation that's happening in official capacity is actually changing the discourse. And it's something that we watch, and we're actually very concerned about.
And with just 2 minutes to go, we have a question from the audience.
Thank you. I'm Richard Cronin. I'm a fellow here. I used to be had Brian's job. And I have a question that something's been bothering me for a long time, is about the status of the Great Lake, Tonle Sap, and this issue of the need to have the wet and dry seasons. And I know there's, we have lack a lot of information about the whole river, but if I'd like to hear a little something about this particular issue of the flows in and out of the Tonle Sap. Thank you.
Well, Zeb, I think the last time I saw you was actually on Tonle Sap Lake, so please, we'll send that one to you.
Yeah, happy to answer. There's a little bit of a delay on what I'm watching and what I'm hearing in terms of myself, so I'll just move ahead. But, in terms of the Tonle Sap Lake, I see three issues that stand out, in recent times. One was this period from around 2016 to 2020 when there was a severe drought in the region. And during that period, we saw very dry conditions, low lake levels, and a lot of forest fires and destruction of floodplain habitat. So that was a period when the lake was really in bad shape. There was a lot of destruction of habitat. Fisheries were impacted and not productive. So that was a period, that was a bad period, and one that, presumably if we have climate issues in the future could happen again. And so we were monitoring fisheries during that time, and that was a very low period for fisheries, and there was a lot of encroachment and habitat destruction around the lake. The second kind of point I would flag is that the tributaries flowing into the Tonle Sap Lake have not been well studied. We don't know the role ecologically that a lot of the tributaries that flow into the lake, their ecological role is not well defined. And those tributaries are becoming increasingly fragmented and dammed. And so that's kind of something that also has not been well studied, and that I would flag as being important to understand the role of the tributaries in terms of the health of the lake, the productivity of the lake, and the hydrology of the lake. And then I guess the third big impact is kind of the connection with the lake and the Mekong River. So we see, as flood pulses decline, we don't get that big flood pulse, we don't get the filling of the lake, and the lake level is very tightly correlated with fish production. So when we're not getting those big flood pulses in the rainy season, we don't see high fish production. And then similarly, if the lake doesn't fill as it naturally did, we also don't get the nice draining of the lake that then provides water down into the delta during the dry season. So that's just quickly just the kind of three issues that I've noticed with the lake that I would highlight. One sort of bright spot, or one thing to note, is the lake is still incredibly productive. We work with fishers around the lake, and we've been monitoring their catches for the last several years. And catches since from 2021 to 2024 in the traps that we monitor have actually been pretty stable. And for anyone who's ever seen those big arrow traps on the lake, over the last 4 years, each one of those traps catches on average of about a ton of fish a year. And there are thousands, if not tens of thousands of those traps. So it's still a very productive system.
Thank you, Zeb. I've got a question for Guti in the Golden Triangle. And Guti, it's just wonderful to be able to have you tuning in at night there along the river. Not only do we get to hear your voice, but we get to hear the crickets and the ambiance of the Mekong there at the Mekong School. The Mekong River Commission promotes inclusive development. There are consultative processes that the MRC carries out to gather information, feedback about concerns, and improve projects. You've raised issues around Pak Bang Dam, Sanakam Dam, Luang Prabang Dam. How can the MRC better include voices like you in the processes and voices like communities that you support to help mitigate the social and environmental impacts of dams? Can civil society and communities be better incorporated into Mekong River Commission processes? Guti, sorry, we can't hear you yet. Please wait 3 seconds.
Okay,
very good.
Okay, for MRC, no? Okay, for MRC, for the future work for good for the Mekong River, I think this issue for include the lower country in the Mekong have for educate about what happened along the Mekong River in the lower Mekong. I think it's very important because now nobody know what's happened in the Mekong River. Many people talk about this farm have problem from this, but no have knowledge, have educate for this issue. I think it's very important for the another people along the Mekong River can help for together for educate about problem in the Mekong River now. When we don't know what happened, so that I think that I have many dam have more. Okay.
Perfect. Well, thank you both so much for joining us virtually. We really appreciate your time and expertise. I think it's time to reflect on all that we just learned over a cup of coffee, but we'll keep this one a bit quick so we stay on schedule. So if you could come back to the room within the next 10 minutes, that'd be fantastic.
And don't run away because we've got a fabulous Vietnamese lunch waiting for you, which will likely start around 12:25 or so. So stick around. We've got some great panels left.
Okay. I guess for the...
Hi, everyone. Good morning and welcome back from your coffee break. So we're going to go from illegal fishing to illegal fishing. You're welcome. It took me all morning to come up with that. I hope you've all had your coffee. So my name is Carolyn Gruber. I am the Deputy Director here at the Stimson Center's Environmental Security Program. So we focus on maritime security. My background is all in fisheries management. And I am an endless source of marine policy puns. And I want to introduce my colleague here, Alan Bassis. I'll give you a minute to go over what you bring to our table here.
As she said, my name's Alan Bassis. I work with Eyes on Earth, which is using satellites. I have a long background. I've been a climatologist for 40 years or more, before it was in vogue to be a climatologist. And what we do is we use satellites to monitor what's taking place on the Earth's surface in real time, near real time. And we can see through clouds, so we can observe water resources and how they're being managed upstream and the impacts downstream.
Fantastic. And so this is a conversation between myself and Alan, and what we're hoping you'll take away from this discussion in this, what we're calling a quick fire, we're hoping you'll take away a little bit of detail about the role of science, the role of diplomacy, and the role of data, and all of that interplay and all of those connections, especially on natural resource management. And so, Alan, I want to ask a couple questions about, in terms of data, what are some of the challenges? So I operate in the ocean space. What are some of the challenges, or what are some of the barriers that you encounter in your management of water?
Well, thank you for asking. The biggest question is transparency of information, and then actionable information, and then making sure that that is communicated effectively to policymakers. So the first is collecting information. Mm-hmm. The next is actually taking that information and understanding what it means and how that information can be used for better decision making. Transparency is huge between countries. And so that each country knows what is happening to the water. You can only have good policy if you have background information of what is taking place and how it's impacting society. Mm-hmm. And so let me come back to you. What are the bigger issues that you have?
So in the marine policy space, especially in Southeast Asia, we've sort of dived into the conversation in the South China Sea, which I'm sure you all are aware, kind of a tense area in these strange times, especially with respect to natural resource management and fisheries management. So one of the things that we've been doing is collecting data and information about the drivers and impacts of illegal fishing in the South China Sea. And so, as you might expect, there are lots of layers of information in this space. And so the challenge here that we encounter is data that answers the questions that we want to ask. A lot of the time, in terms of vulnerability assessments or vulnerability and risk assessments, you're using whatever data you have to answer whatever questions that data answers. So we're flipping the script here at the Stimson Center to really start with a question that you want answered and figure out, okay, what information do we need? What data do we need? Who do we need to talk to? And that is one of the challenges, I think, especially in the fisheries management space and in the South China Sea in particular, is getting the information to answer those questions. What are the drivers? What are the impacts? How is illegal fishing sort of having a ripple effect throughout communities? One of my questions for you, sir, is talking through what are some of the sort of methods that you apply, and how are those special in water resource management?
Well, we are able to translate water at the surface directly as to how much water would naturally be flowing through a river system. And then we do a simple math. We know how much water should be there, and then we know how much water is actually there because we have the gauges. And you do a simple mathematical equation, third graders can do it, and see how much water is being either released unnaturally during the dry season, but even more importantly, or equally importantly, is how much water is being held back in the wet season. We heard earlier that the Tonle Sap Basin is highly dependent upon that flood pulse. And so we need to know, as the wet season moves on, when the Tonle Sap Basin should naturally be flooded, bringing in the spawn, bringing in the larvae, bringing in the nutrients. And how is that being impacted by the dams upstream, by the management of the dams upstream? And then how, more importantly, how can we talk with the decision makers as to better regulating and monitoring? Now that we understand, key is knowing what's happening. The next is, how can it be better managed to mitigate the impacts and improve the prosperity and the well-being of the people downstream? Then we get back to the question, and I'm going to come back to you for this question. Yes, we have data, we understand the issues, but are we effectively talking with the policymakers that are their issues, and how that we're fertilizing each other, understanding the issues at the government level and the policymakers, and how are we communicating our understanding to their needs and what they need to integrate into their better decision making.
Okay.
So my question is, how do you bring your understanding and reach out to policymakers so that you're fertilizing each other?
And I think one of the things that we have found in our work is to integrate those stakeholders in the very beginning, starting with data collection. We're trying to access, as you mentioned, decision makers, stakeholders, people who are community leaders, especially in the South China Sea and the communities surrounding. I think it's really important to engage those people at the outset of a project to sort of really cultivate them as a champion for the work that you do together. And this can get to the sense of, eventually we would want to, build capacity, and this is exactly how we would do that, is to engage these folks early on in the process, to really look to them as leaders, look to them as people who need the information to make these difficult decisions.
And we were really fortunate that we were involved with an AWIPS program, which stands for Ambassadors Water Expert Program, and we were asked, which is to be a huge success, we were asked by the Vietnamese government to come in and to build capacity to understand how to use these tools for their own understanding, their own monitoring, their own decision making to better manage and understand what is happening with the Red River, which is coming out of China into Vietnam, how water is being managed upstream, and understanding, again, data is knowledge, and knowledge allows for better decision making, better negotiations between the various parties. So we were asked by the Vietnamese government to train at the Vietnamese National University scientists to understand how to use new data, how to understand how the water is being regulated, so that they could go to China and say, okay, we understand your needs. We understand how you're managing your dams. We understand how the water is being regulated. Let's talk. Let's find a better way to do this so that we have more security for our water resources, for our irrigation, for rice, for our water use, for Hanoi, and for our industrial needs, in a city of about 10 million people. Let's talk, because there probably are better ways that you could manage the water, satisfy your needs, and give us more water security and better resource management downstream. This is where the dialogue basically has its greatest value, and we were really honored that the Vietnamese reached out to us and said, teach us how to do it, so that you work yourself out of a job. We have the capacity to do it ourselves. And we've done that in Thailand, we've done it in Cambodia, and we're hoping to build capacity throughout the region so they have the skill sets and they can talk directly with their policymakers and their leaders to better make decisions that impact their society.
I really appreciate what you're getting at here in terms of the balance of making sure that we're supporting a sustainable balance of water use. It sounds like starting that dialogue is a way to get at the balance, figure out who needs what, and sort of serve those purposes over time. I'm curious about who are the sort of typical players in that kind of dialogue that you're describing?
It would be, first, it's the scientists, because that's the arena that I come from. And then it's the people that do analysis and then the stakeholders that are impacted.
Okay.
But you said it very well, and I will come back to you. How do you engage all these sectors into an ongoing dialogue so that at the end there is understanding and better decision making in your arena?
So in our project that we completed last year in the South China Sea and in the Sulu-Sulawesi seascape, describing the drivers and impacts of illegal fishing, one of the key sort of special parts of our work is really being comprehensive. And so taking not only a comprehensive view of what are the important sort of silos of information, whether it's economic information, governance information, environmental information. We really combine all those things together, but we also take a very broad view of who an expert is in our assessment. So we are reaching out to local fishermen, local decision makers, national level governments. It's really being able to access all those layers of governance, especially in natural resource management, and to bring those folks along with us, and as you said, sort of work ourselves out of a job here and teach ourselves out of a job so that we can continue on this work. I'm just going to look at our time. Okay, we've got a few more minutes, so I have a couple of questions for you about what, in a perfect world, what would be the next steps for the types of work that you're doing? You have all the money that I have, which is not much.
And relationships. Because
Okay,
to me, the relationships are most important. Okay. Money is one thing. Understanding of the issues is one thing. And resolution of the issues is one thing. But building relationships with people who are in a position to make decisions, being able to reach them and understand, have a mutual respect, mutual dialogue, and an ongoing relationship is building trust that we're supporting their activities and they're also leaning on us to have a better understanding. An example, a quick example, because I know we're short on time. Brian and I have learned that with climate change that the wet season seems to be delayed in the upper Mekong. And so the water is generally tends to not be there in May and June and early July the way it has traditionally. So therefore, holding water back early in the wet season is having a huge impact on the reversal of the flow into the Tonle Sap Lake and bringing in the nutrients, bringing in the fish. But we also learned that with our research that the wet season is being extended until October and November. So we're communicating that this is a real world climate change issue, and that holding back water later in the wet season, they can still fill the reservoirs, but holding water back late in the wet season allows for the natural reversal to take place in a way that promotes the fertility and the fishing industry's basically sustainability. So communicating what we understand and how policy can reflect that, so that there's better management of water resources and better societal gains from changes in policy.
Okay, so it sounds like there's a connection here between having the right funding, having the right science and understanding to underpin all of this work, and then also building these essential relationships that can last over time, that can go through periods of ebb and flow. I would add on top of that, from our perspective, is there are the work that we've done in the South China Sea is certainly something that we can replicate elsewhere. So doing this analysis of the drivers of illegal fishing, of the impacts to local communities, this is something that we can replicate and do in other seascapes, in other coastal communities. We can modify our methodology, and this is the wonderful thing that I really enjoy about our line of work at this walking the edge of science and diplomacy and politics, is that our work, our research can really be adapted and flexible. And that's the importance of science, right? Is to be able to be applied in new and exciting ways to really serve as that layer for, that foundational layer for future policy. So noting that we have only like 1 or 2 more minutes left, I would say, what would be the one thing that you would share with this audience on this topic, science, diplomacy, and data?
And then I'll come back with you.
Okay,
Let me ask you the first.
Oh gosh, I thought I would have time to think. I think one of the keys here, and I'll just layer onto your thought about the role of relationships and being able to talk to one another when it's important and necessary, but also in those times where there is not an urgent need. But that's part of building a relationship that lasts. That's part of building the trust that we need in this case. What about you, sir?
Is realizing that this is collaboration. This is not confrontation. Mm-hmm. That this is us working together to identify problems and to solve problems. And to many times, policymakers and people in leadership do feel as though the science is not really attuned with their perspectives, their needs, their development strategies. Mm-hmm. So is to build, you said it very well, build those relationships early on so there's a mutual understanding from both the data needs, the stakeholder needs, but also the policymakers' needs, and a mutual respect of all of those sectors and how they can come to a decision that addresses all of the concerns.
That's fantastic. Very well put. I'll wrap us up here. Thank you all for listening. We appreciate it. I'll turn it over to my esteemed colleagues, Steve Ross and Yun Soon, to talk a little bit about Myanmar, and we will just get quickly out of your way. Thank you all very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Carolyn and Alan, for a really interesting discussion on science and diplomacy. I'm Steve Ross, a senior fellow here at the Stimson Center, where I lead a project on the crisis in Myanmar's Rakhine State. I'm joined by Yun Soon, a senior fellow at the Stimson Center, co-director of the East Asia Project, director of the China program, and of most relevance to today's discussion, the lead of a project here on Myanmar. When Yun and I spoke last week, to map out this discussion, we planned for a vastly different discussion than the one we are going to have. As you are no doubt aware, there was a truly devastating earthquake in Myanmar last Friday. And in the short time that we have today, we're going to focus on the impact that the earthquake has had, ongoing relief efforts, the ramifications for politics and conflict in Myanmar, and the geopolitical implications.
Well, thank you, Steve. I think, yes, when we were planning on this last week, we were thinking about the conflict dynamics, prospect for election, and what will be the international responses to the evolving politics in Myanmar would look like. But the earthquake certainly has changed most of those questions, at least for the year of 2025. Now we have passed the golden 72 hours for rescue after the earthquake. I think instead of a rescue mission, we're more looking at a post-conflict, or post-earthquake reconstruction effort and what that would look like. So I have some questions for you, Steve. So based on what you have observed, and I know that you have a broad network of contacts in the country who have been sending you messages about what's really going on, especially in the region worst hit by the earthquake. How would you assess the direct impact of this disaster?
Sure. So on Friday, about midday, there was a massive magnitude 7.7 earthquake, the largest in Myanmar in about 100 years. The epicenter of the earthquake was about 10 miles from Mandalay, the second city of Myanmar, which has a population of about 1.5 million people, also centered near Sagaing, a region that's been heavily impacted by conflict over the last several years. And impacting the capital of Naypyidaw as well. A state of emergency has been declared in Naypyidaw, the capital, as well as in Bago, Magwe, and Mandalay regions, Mandalay and Sagaing regions, as well as in Shan State. The human impact has been tremendous. We, at this point, are hearing confirmed death totals of 3,000 to 4,000 people. That number is expected to rise perhaps significantly. Initially, the U.S. Geological Survey had put out an estimate that there was a 70% likelihood that 10,000 or more are likely to have died given the population centers and the scale of the earthquake. Many more are injured. Thousands of buildings have collapsed from the earthquakes. There have been subsequent fires, significant damage to historical buildings and buildings of religious significance, damage to critical infrastructure, including airports. The Mandalay and Naypyidaw airports were both closed. I believe the Mandalay airport is still closed. And roads, electrical infrastructure, really tremendous damage. In Naypyidaw itself, there's been damage to ministry buildings, impacting the operations of the SAC, the military administration there, and the economic losses are anticipated to be in the billions of dollars. Again, with the USGS estimating that at least $10 billion in damage, possibly more than the annual GDP of Myanmar in damage, which is, as of 2023, was $67 billion. So tens of billions of dollars in damage. And what I would really like to underscore before turning it back to Yun is that this earthquake did not happen in a vacuum. There was a military coup in Myanmar in 2021. There has been active conflict across the country for much of the last 4 years. There have been estimates of about 75,000 fatalities in that time, including 14,000 civilian fatalities. A huge amount of internal displacement. About 3.5 million people are currently internally displaced in a country of about 55 million people. And that is in addition to hundreds of thousands of people who have left the country as refugees or to seek work because of the economic condition in Myanmar. Even before the earthquake, there were 20 million people that were in need of humanitarian assistance and 15 million people that were facing food insecurity. The formal economy has contracted about 10% since the coup in 2021, and the poverty rate has doubled in that time to nearly half of the country. Underscoring the transboundary nature of the situation now, there's been a tremendous increase in communicable disease, a 7-fold increase in malaria and tuberculosis since 2021, and I think with the impacts of the earthquake, it would not be unreasonable to expect a really significant potential for outbreak of disease that does not impact Myanmar alone. So Yun, turning back to you, with all of these factors in mind, what are we seeing in terms of rescue, relief, and perhaps looking a bit ahead, recovery efforts? What does that look politically and also logistically?
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. And just to amplify what you have just mentioned about the impact of the coup and what has happened since 2021, just to give you the background of this. So Myanmar has been a complicated country, to say the least. There are multiple layers of conflicts between the civilian government, between civil-military conflict, and between the Burma ethnic majority and the ethnic minority, and also between the Buddhists, which is the majority of the population, and the Rohingya population that lives in Rakhine that Steve specializes on. This Muslim population that has been living in Rakhine State for centuries. So when we look at the country's political future, we have to deal with basically 3 parallel conflicts that intersect with each other. And whenever you try to come up with one answer to one of those questions, the other 2 will cut in. And on top of that, now we're looking at a massive earthquake that basically has shattered what was not much of a left of a civilian government or a government structure in terms of governance and disaster relief, and also, well, let's not even talk about the civilian control. So that's the complication of the politics of the country to begin with. And then there's another factor that I haven't seen the news media talk about too much, which is the timing of this earthquake. It happened at the end of March, which for people who have been to Myanmar, is the hottest time of the year. It's right before the water festival usually in April, and you're looking at 40 degrees Celsius above or above on a daily basis. So when we look at the disaster relief, it wouldn't be the golden 72 hours, and most people who are buried under the rubble would perish basically within a day or 2. So that's the complication that we're dealing with. And in terms of the relief effort, we have seen a good number of countries trying to provide the help. Not surprisingly, given the geography, China is right there, and China has been the patron, the sponsor, the supporter of the military government. So China has committed aid of about $14 million US, followed by UK about 13 million, Norway 12 million, and then those are the big three. So we have EU, Australia, Malaysia, United States, basically in the $2 million range. And I understand that our State Department officials this morning also talked about the $2 million commitment, as well as a U.S., a team currently on the ground assessing the most needed areas for assistance. And also, in terms of the number of rescuers, we're also seeing a pretty large disparity. The Chinese have sent about 300 rescuers, followed by India around 230, and then Russia about 170. You would find some unusual suspect or unusual participants of this relief effort. Normally, without this military coup and the distorted governance structure, normally it should be the UN Office for Coordination for Humanitarian Affairs to coordinate with the local government in terms of the disaster relief, the disaster assessment, and also the distribution of the materials. But in this case, we're seeing things are basically happening in different patterns. Like in ethnic areas, it takes one pattern, and within the Burma or the military-controlled areas, we see the international relief being at least delivered or distributed in collaboration with the military junta. We're seeing Oxfam conducting a more blanket rapid need assessment across the board to coordinate among INGOs. But we're seeing also the UN system, whether it's WHO or the Food Program or UNICEF, trying to come up with their own individual assessment as well. So we're really looking at a unique case here. But see, coming back to the internal impact, like you mentioned, the conflict has been ongoing. This earthquake has happened basically in the epicenter of the Burma or the SAC controlled, what people call the dry zone, the dry land, controlled by the ICC. How would you assess the impact over the internal dynamics in the country so far?
Sure. And just before coming to that, want to underscore some of the impacts on the relief efforts. In the wake of the coup, there was a significant civil disobedience movement whereby tens of thousands of civil servants went on strike, and that included health workers. And so there's been a decimated capacity of the health system to respond to this, doubly impacted by COVID in the early years after the coup. So a real series of complications to the response and the logistics. But the potentially bigger impact is on the political and conflict dynamics in the country. In the immediate aftermath of the earthquake, the National Unity Government, the opposition government to the military, declared a 2-week ceasefire, which took effect on Sunday, or I guess I shouldn't call it a ceasefire, a pause in offensive operations. That was followed yesterday by an announcement from the Three Brotherhood Alliance, a trio of quite powerful ethnic armed groups that announced a 1-month pause in offensive operations. And that's particularly significant because 2 of the members of that alliance, the Ta'ang National Liberation Army, which operates in northern Shan near the border with China, and the Arakan Army in western Myanmar's Rakhine State, were the groups that had made some of the most significant advances over the past year and a half. The Arakan Army in particular had been making inroads into mainland Myanmar, the Bamar heartland, over the past couple of months. So for them to declare a unilateral pause is quite significant. We saw, and this is not quite breaking news, but almost breaking news, received news from Myanmar this morning, Washington time tonight, Myanmar time, that the Myanmar military would observe a 3-week pause in offensive operations while retaining the right to conduct countermeasures if there is conflict that emerges. This dynamic is incredibly fragile. The military does not have a good track record of abiding by even its own unilateral ceasefires, both since the coup and prior to the coup. And the groups that have proactively announced ceasefires do not include some significant armed actors, including the Kachin Independence Army in the northeast of the country, and the groups under the NUG, the National Unity Government, are a plethora of armed actors that operate with some degree of autonomy. And so there are questions as to whether or not they will abide by this. And just to underscore that this is a really, really fragile dynamic, and it would not be surprising to see the ceasefire break down, or the cessation in hostilities break down in the next couple of weeks. In addition, the military did conduct airstrikes, drone strikes, and other attacks in the immediate aftermath of the earthquake. And so it's taken 5 days for them to come around to this pause, presumably under significant pressure from neighbors. The other major factor here is elections, which had just a few weeks ago been announced by the military, long anticipated. They were planned to begin in December and January, and I think there's real questions about the legitimacy of elections under the military. A bigger question around where and how elections could be held, given eroding control of the military, ongoing active conflict. And the expectation, I think, was that they were really hoping to showcase elections in areas where they exerted significant control. Those are the areas that have been most heavily impacted by the earthquake. And so will the elections go forward in December, January? Will they be delayed again? Will there be other impacts from other stakeholders that have pushed for elections on this? And before turning back to Yun, just want to make one side point on the timing of this earthquake. The military leadership in Myanmar has always been very superstitious and seen major natural disasters as omens. And this earthquake occurred the day after Armed Forces Day in Myanmar, which marks the beginning of the uprising against the Japanese in the wake of World War II, and the founding of the Myanmar military. And I think that there are likely to be, within Myanmar's leadership and within the broader population in Myanmar, a linkage between the Armed Forces Day celebrations, the announcement of elections, and now this earthquake. But Yun, turning back to you and zooming out from the internal dynamics in Myanmar and looking more broadly at the broader geopolitical dynamics. I think China in particular had been looking towards elections as a means to weaken the power of Min Aung Hlaing, or at least force him to choose between serving as president and serving as the commander-in-chief, but other neighbors have been receptive to the elections as well. What do you see as how the earthquake impacts their calculations on the elections, and more broadly how the earthquake impacts geopolitical dynamics around Myanmar at a really critical location within the region and at the nexus of South and Southeast Asia?
Yeah, we're definitely seeing some of those, and I think the development in the following weeks and months will be extremely interesting because, like you said, China has been putting pressure on Mainland to get over with the election, just shed your uniforms and use a new bottle for the old wine. But now with the earthquake, I think it gives the SAC a pretty good excuse to postpone the election again. We don't know whether it will happen, but this basically is a state of emergency that SAC has relied on to continue their military rule. You could argue that, well, now there's another emergency, and there's a likelihood that this current state of politics will continue. In terms of the geopolitics related to this, I mean, if you read the newspaper, the most acute angle, of course, is the absence of the United States and how China is filling the void, which is true to a certain extent. But on the other hand, I also feel that even with U.S. on the ground, the Chinese still enjoy the geography. It's right there. So for China to ship in supplies and assistance is just so much more convenient and easier compared to us. But the cut of funding for USAID, in some cases, elimination of resources, both in terms of human resources as well as financial resources, will have an impact on the ground. Not that China will necessarily contribute more, but in a smaller space, even China maintains the same level of involvement, it suddenly will appear so much bigger. So the absence, I would say, of the U.S. in this case will definitely showcase or demonstrate in the potential geopolitical impact. And another interesting development is that the Burmese military rejected the assistance effort from one, I would say, quite experienced disaster relief partner or entity, which is Taiwan. Taiwan is an area that has suffered from frequent earthquake because it's an island. So the government has, and also the civil society has pretty rich experience managing this. So when they offered their disaster relief, the military said no. So I think that's another angle how geopolitics is also manifesting it in even the disaster relief effort in the country.
I think we are just about out of time, and again, thank the audience here and the audience online. And we're going to move from a discussion on a country that's been facing ongoing conflict for many years to a discussion on Vietnam, where we're still dealing with the legacies of and impacts of conflict even 50 years after the end of war. So thank you.
Thank you guys again for sticking around and being here for this really exciting War Legacies panel that I'm thrilled to be moderating. So I guess I just wanted to start off by introducing our two wonderful speakers. We have Sarah. Oh, I'm sorry. We have Sarah who's the CEO of Legacies of War, and we have Susan, who's the executive director of the War Legacies Project, and they are both co-chairs of the Stimson Center's War Legacies Working Group. With this being a quick fire, we're going to keep this going, and just to make sure that other folks get a chance to ask questions as well. But Susan, if I just could start with you, could you explain the work that the Stimson Center has been doing with the War Legacies Working Group?
Sure. The Stimson Center has been the coordinating agency for many of the various organizations who work on war legacy issues. Mm-hmm. So those working on unexploded ordnance, risk education programs, and Agent Orange, and as well as basically any of the issues that are working. And we meet every 6 weeks on a conference call to discuss, share information about what each of us are doing and how we can coordinate better.
Perfect. And I guess for our audience members both here and online, I think we wanted to stress that the issues of remnants of war is impacting the entire region. Mm-hmm. So we have Sarah, who's an expert in Laos, Vietnam, and Cambodia, as well as Susan, and I've been based in Cambodia for the past 3 years covering this pretty consistently. So it is a bit of a regional issue. But Sarah, if we could go with you, what's the current, vibe and status of what's going on in Laos, especially with recent foreign aid freezes, since the majority of low-Asian funding for unexploded ordnance removal was coming from the States?
Mm-hmm. Thanks so much, Anton. And thank you all so much for being here and Stimson for hosting us. I just wanted to add one other quick thing about the War Legacies Working Group. I think it's really, really important to uplift the fact that it's such an important core group of 30-plus organizations, experts, including George Black, who did the big story on Agent Orange in the New York Times. And I have to throw this in there that Susan and I are trying to fill the big shoes of Brian Eiler as the former chair of our group. But on the questions of just what is the vibe on the ground, since the pause in foreign aid to not just a country like Laos, but the entire region, right, like Southeast Asia and the global community. Of course, there's been a lot of unease, a lot of sentiment of fear, right? Because we're talking about lives that are impacted. I can get into some of what we witnessed starting in early January to now. But I also want to say that there's I guess there's like 3 different words, right? Uneasiness, gratitude, and hope. I know you're not expecting me to say gratitude and hope, but we've just recently received good news that a partial waiver has been granted for Southeast Asia, primarily Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. And most of the demining teams are back at work. But we can't celebrate just yet, because the way this is structured is that some of the grants that is currently in operation are getting ready to expire, right? One in particular in Laos expires in April 30th, which is this month. And so we have to wait and see what will happen in the next couple of months, and then what happens after this review period. But the sense that we're feeling with members, organizations, our friends, MAG, HALO, and others that do receive this funding to do the life-saving work of removing unexploded ordnance, victim assistance, as well as risk education, our feeling is that we're so thankful for the tremendous amount of support when this was first announced, right, that there was a freeze. Thousands of calls from supporters of Legacies of War, from Susan's group, War Legacies Project. I'll just highlight, two major ones, and earlier this year, we've had such huge support from former ambassadors to Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, sign a letter, wrote a letter to Secretary Marco Rubio to urge him to take swift action and restore funding. 2 of the ambassadors are in this room today, Ambassador Ted Osius and Ambassador Karen Stewart. And we're so thankful for leadership, stepping up to really share their voice and their experience as ambassadors, seeing how this support in U.S. support of demining efforts, victim assistance, and risk education has made in the region, but also globally. The other one is the voices of the young people, right? This is community of supporters all across the globe, our International Mine Action Fellows. This is a group of young advocates ages 30 and under from all across the globe. Over 100 of them sent a letter as well to Secretary Rubio urging him to restore funding. And I'm so proud that 3 of the code leads are Legacy's very own, Taryn, Anna, and Kendall, who spearheaded this letter, to the administrations. And along with the thousands of calls all across, the United States in key congressional districts, this is why we're seeing, the restoration of funds. So I'll just pause there and, pass the mic to maybe Susan yourself.
Yeah, I mean, my focus is primarily on the Agent Orange issue, and that story is a little different in that there's a lot of uncertainty, though we're quite confident that the work to clean up the dioxin hotspot at Bien Hoa will continue. It's a program that the U.S. funds also through the Department of Defense, and that project will go on. When it comes to the disability services, the organizations working on that are in the same situation. A lot of their projects are ending within the next year, a few months or a year, and they were actually in the process of evaluating the programs and seeing where the next priorities will be, and that was put on hold. Possibly it will continue, but it's real uncertain, and it's hard to make plans especially when you're doing education of specialists to provide rehabilitation services and getting into communities and signing agreements with local governments. It's without this uncertainty, it's very challenging, and unfortunately for the Lao. The article that George Black wrote about the impact of Agent Orange in Laos led to Senator Leahy adding $1.5 million into the disability program to address people with disabilities along the areas sprayed with Agent Orange. And that program was just starting in July of this last year, and they hadn't quite got off the ground, and it was completely eliminated and not coming back as far as we know.
Yeah, can I just add one more thing on that? in one particular project, the OGOT project, right, which really serves those living with disabilities, including victims of unexploded ordnance accidents, right? That program now only has 20% of its staff left. You know, how can 20% of its staff serve the over 20,000 people who are waiting for care, right? And these are not something that's simple that you can just pick back up, so.
And they were doing a lot of capacity development with local organizations. It was a lot of local organizations providing these programs, and without that significant resources from this USAID, it's very difficult for them to raise those resources locally to continue at the level that they were going to be doing.
And naturally, this is a Southeast Asia panel, and that's the theme of today. But could you, I guess, contextualize for me, Susan, the impacts of these USAID funding cuts on other remnants of war removal around the world? Is Southeast Asia particularly hit hardest compared to other regions?
Well, I think Sarah can ask, when it comes to the unexploded ordnance issue, I mean, Southeast Asia really has, I think the advocacy work and the letter from the ambassadors has kept that going. And that's not the case in a lot of the other parts of the world. I mean, Sarah can speak to that because she's very involved with the campaign.
You know, unfortunately, we still don't know until the review process will be completed, right? But our hope is, you know, there's a lot of Americans really care about this issue, you know, in particular in Southeast Asia, a very key strategic location for the United States, and it aligns with, you know, the current administration's goals and values. We hope that the United States will continue to be the leader in terms of humanitarian demining funding. You know, since 1993, the U.S., which, you know, as an American, I think we can all say we're very proud, has been the largest single funder, funding at least $5 billion in over 125 countries. And we hope that will continue, you know, because these programs not only save lives, but there's this like really, you know, positive, you know, effect on the economy, on the people and the people tie. In some cases, like between the United States and Cambodia, also military to military ties, right?
And I guess a big question that I've had that, you know, a lot of reporters in Southeast Asia are waiting to see is there a country, a nation, or a group that can step into the U.S.'s shoes if funding doesn't return, let's say in the next 60 days? Are there other nations in the world that are ready to step up, or do you think this will be a hole for quite some time?
When it comes to the Agent Orange equation, I would say no. There's some funding that, little bits of funding here and there. The country of Ireland has provided victim assistance funding in Vietnam. But I mean, I'm worried a little bit less about the impact on Vietnam, on support for people with disabilities related to Agent Orange, because the Vietnamese government itself provides more money than the U.S. ever has to provide support to people who've been impacted. I'm worried about Laos, not just for those who may be impacted by Agent Orange, but those who have been impacted by unexploded ordnance. Without the center, funding for the center in Vientiane to create prosthetics and orthotic devices, without the training, and Cambodia as well. I mean, though China has stepped in with some of the demining efforts, but they were there before as well. It's not that they stepped in and added once the U.S. funding was cut, and perhaps they will increase it. But I'm really concerned more about Laos and Vietnam. I mean, Laos and Cambodia in filling the gap that this funding in USAID. And I just want to say one other thing. It has been heartbreaking to see what has happened to the U.S. Institute of Peace, because they were have been vital partners in working with the World Legacies Working Group, but also on these war legacy issues. And I, for one, am not going to let that stand. I don't know what I can do about it, but I think it's really vital that we get that U.S. Institute of Peace back up and running.
That's why we're going to the Hill after this.
Yeah.
So, you know, I would agree with Susan, right? Like this has been something that not just the U.S. government, but the American people truly care about, right? As the global leader in funding, as well as just being that collaborative partner, right? It's not that the United States just fund these programs, but we're vested partners, right? We're collaborators. We share thoughts, feedback, and we also assist countries like Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam in sharing, information with other countries. I've seen this done on the UN level. I've seen this done in many working groups. The lessons learned, and just being there until we can get the job done, right? Meaning, there's strong political will still, right? Like we're getting bipartisan support and its continued support. And from Legacies of War's perspective, we stand ready to work with our members of Congress, the American people, to ensure that this remains a priority, and especially in countries like Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, where it's been 5 decades already, right? There should be a multi-year commitment, but yet, we're still having to ask each year, and, I think we are hearing positive responses, and there's been a lot of congressional delegations to the region, and I would urge more of that in order to really see the true impact of American investment in the region.
And naturally, we've been talking about what's happening with boots on the ground in Laos, in Vietnam, and Cambodia, but I am curious what's happening here. So Susan, I know you're quite tapped into the Vietnam War veterans community, and Sarah, I know you're tapped into the Laotian American community and the diaspora here.
Yeah.
What have their responses been to all of this?
Very frustrated to see that, because many of the Vietnam veterans have gone to Vietnam and worked on these issues, and it's very frustrating for them, because one of the things that Vietnam veterans often say is that you have to clean up your brass. If you created the mess, you go in and you address it. And you provide support to provide, to leave the place that you were at war with in a clean and not harming people further. And so it's been really frustrating for so many Vietnam veterans that I've talked to, and heartbreaking, really.
Yeah, I would echo Susan's sentiments that it is heartbreaking to see what is happening. This year is not only an important year, Ryan Finley mentioned as 50 years of peace, but for the Southeast Asian diaspora community, this year also marks the 50th year of the largest resettlement in U.S. history, and that's Southeast Asian fleeing war, fleeing conflict in Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, right? But that also means that the Southeast Asian community has been in this country for 5 decades now. We've built our family, we've built businesses, we've served the local community through many, many different things. And this is, our home, and it's a country that we deeply love. And we want to see this country be at its best. And what that means is really reaching out to the global community, being accountable for our involvement in countries such as Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. While this year should really be a year about celebration for the Southeast Asian American community, it's really turned into this turbulent time, of unease. Knowing that funding, we're still in a partial waiver. We haven't had a full waiver, and we don't know what's going to happen in the future. Legacies of War has received so many calls, and emails about what people can do, right? Instead of celebration, we're seeing this, but there's also another issue that I also want to bring up, and that's on the issue of deportation, Anton, and it is just devastating to see. I'll just bring up one case, and that's the case of a young mother, 37 years of age, 5 children, deported to Laos recently, a country she's never been in. She's never set foot in it. She was born in a refugee cave after her family fled Laos during the war. But she's now being deported, and her 5 children remains here, And this is unacceptable, and is not an American thing to do, to separate families. So there's a sense of unease, anger, betrayal, but there's also a sense of hope, right? In that we believe that our leaders will listen to our voices. We have thousands of supporters all across the United States that are helping us write letters to Congress, you know, like helping to advocate for this. And we have partners like you, Anton, you know, like journalists raising this issue and continue to raise this issue. Organizations like, you know, our War Legacies Working Group, Stimson Center, really elevating and platforming this and prioritizing this, because we have to continue to remember and continue to like inform the American public and make sure that this remains at the forefront of American consciousness. And this is something that we can work together with our leaders to ensure that this remains something that we prioritize and continue to fund.
And I guess for our last question, just to make sure that we still have time for our closing remarks, how would you both respond, I guess, to the many crises that we're facing in the world? You know, naturally there's an attitude of cleaning up your brass, but at the same time there are conflicts raging in Gaza, Sudan, Afghanistan, Ukraine, and of course our panel just before this, Myanmar. So how would you respond to folks that are feeling pretty torn in where all this funding needs to go?
Well, I would say, I mean, we are supposed to be the richest nation in the world, and the foreign aid was less than 1% of our budget, so I don't think we need to compete with other countries. I think we need to work together and share what we've learned about addressing war legacy issues in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia to address those in other areas of conflict. In fact, the Cambodian demining teams have been training deminers in the Ukraine and in Africa. So there is this cooperation that's going forth. So I think there's no need for competition. We should be able to handle all of these, juggle all of these things at once.
I agree with Susan, you know, and we're really good at collaborating. I mean, we were like together all the time, right? But in addition to, you know, the example of Cambodia and Ukraine deminers, you know, and that was also in partnership with Japan as well. You know, I think it's that's such a great example of the lessons learned, right? Southeast Asia, it's 50 years of lessons that can be learned and can be shared with like more newer contemporary conflict. But I would categorize it as like it should be within that same framework, because we're still resolving the impact of war, so it is a current issue. You know, and for us at Legacies of War, we've been collaborating with a lot of researchers, primarily, you know, in the space of agriculture, the importance of that, tying in with demining, with our partners like in Ukraine and many other parts of the world. And we are open to that, you know, lessons learned. I think we're more powerful together, you know. I think there's space for all of us to be in here, and it's uplifting one does not harm another.
Well, thank you both so much for always answering my urgent press inquiries, and especially for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anton.
Pleasure of welcoming former Ambassador Ted Osius to speak to us. Ambassador Osius was one of the first American diplomats to work back in the country after the Vietnam War, and as I've learned, he actually started his career in my home of Manila, which is very exciting. And thanks to Sarah, I just downloaded his book, Nothing is Impossible, America's Reconciliation with Vietnam. So I'm so excited to welcome you to the stage for our closing remarks.
Thanks so much. Thanks. Thanks, Anton, and thank you, Brian and Stimson Center, for inviting me to come and join you today. And I want to thank all the participants for their insights. My assignment is mop-up, and I can't exactly do justice to all the themes of this morning, but I wanted just to touch on a couple. So Brian and Zeb and Kunti talked about something that's very close to my heart. I love Last Days of the Mighty Mekong. I think it's a fantastic book. So if you haven't seen that, that's another one worth downloading. But I was Environment, Science, Technology, and Health Officer for the ASEAN region in around 2003. One of my trips was with my EPA counterpart, a guy named Mark Caseman, who spent many decades working on environmental issues and very focused on Southeast Asia. And we went to a special place. The Cone Falls, there's about a 60-foot drop a geological anomaly that leads to a 60-foot drop in the Mekong at the Cone Falls, and that's a place that is now referred to as 1,000 Islands. And you think about what that geological fault line has done. Well, it's in some ways separated the upper and lower Mekongs in a way that actually has preserved a lot of species. So Brian and Seb were talking about the giant stingray and the 600-pound Mekong freshwater catfish, which that was what first hooked, pun intended, hooked me on the immense biological diversity of the Mekong and how meaningful that was. And I started learning about fisheries and about sediment and saltwater intrusion and all of the issues that I thought actually posed a diplomatic challenge and that I thought the United States should respond to. And at that point, there wasn't a Lower Mekong Initiative, there wasn't a partnership, but I suggested that there be one. But what really got me was down below the Cone Falls. I got in a little boat with Mark and went out to see if we could find the freshwater dolphins. And they've been there since the Ice Age. It's a very unique species. You can find a version of them in the Irrawaddy. There are few places where the freshwater dolphin exist. There were, at the time we went, there was a pod of about 13 or 15, and they're about 3 feet long. They're not as big as saltwater dolphins, but there's a lot of lore around them. There's really a symbiotic relationship. They've been credited with saving fishers from marauding crocodiles and with saving them from drowning. The symbiotic relationship extends to sometimes when the fishers are catching their fish, the dolphins would drive the fish into the nets, and then they'd pick off the extras. And then the lore goes on, so that in the 1970s, the Khmer Rouge shot thousands of these dolphins that before had been left unmolested. And Vietnamese soldiers set up machine guns and did target practice with the dolphins. Ne Win, who was the Burmese strongman, allegedly bathed in dolphins' blood in order to extend his life. The Cone Falls have prevented their migration up to Laos, but really had saved them, and in many ways saved these pods that were down below the Cone Falls from a lot of from possible extinction. But now I think there may be zero left. Okay, well this is the first I'm hearing. I thought there were still a couple of pods left. One pod. They're gone. So they were there since the Ice Age. So it's just a reminder of what we're doing and how significant it is. And Brian talked about the significance of the fisheries to the 250 million, 260 million people, and the significance of those fisheries to the people of Cambodia, who get 60% of their protein from fish. And then I'm very moved by Sarah and Susan's discussion about war legacies. The efforts that we made, in particular with Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, allowed us to move from being adversaries to being partners over the last 30 years. And it was because of this work on remediation of Agent Orange and other dioxins, cleaning up unexploded ordnance and landmines, and of course identifying the remains of those who were missing from the war. And that was a politically very potent issue in the 1980s and leading up to 1995 normalization of diplomatic relations with Vietnam. So much so that it was only after a number of missions had shown that the Vietnamese were really helping us find those whom we'd lost, that Bill Clinton was able to summon up the political courage to declare normalization of diplomatic relations in 1995. That collaboration, I think, can't be overstated. Now we're actually helping the Vietnamese find information that they need to have in order to find those whom they've lost. This has been an effort that's been spearheaded by USAID. I had the privilege in 2000 as one of the few people working in the White House who knew Vietnam and spoke Vietnamese of going with Bill Clinton when he'd made his historic trip just before stepping down as president. He traveled to Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City, and he gave a speech. It was a very interesting speech in retrospect because basically he laid out our diplomatic agenda for the next 25 years in that speech. He said now that Vietnam had progressed from an autarchical state but had adopted Doi Moi reforms, economic reforms, and was opening up to the world, that there was a possibility of a robust relationship with the United States. The president predicted that Vietnam would be welcomed into the World Trade Organization and that ultimately we'd be able to conclude a bilateral trade agreement, which we did in 2002. And he said, we'll work on these war legacy issues together, we'll work on environmental issues together, and we'll work on issues involving human health together. He came back in 10 years ago, so this is 2015, I wrote a letter to him. My management officer said, why don't you invite him to the 20th anniversary of diplomatic relations? I said, well, he'll never come. And he did. He took the letter, he got the letter, and he said, yeah, I'm coming. And he came and he celebrated with us the 20th anniversary of diplomatic relations because it was such an important part of his legacy. And he likes to fiddle with his speeches really to the last second. And he said, Ambassador, is there anything you want me to say? And I said, you bet. I said, there's a Vietnamese vice foreign minister, counterpart of Ambassador Zum, in the front row. I want you to say something he's been saying to me, that we're going to move with Vietnam, we're going to move past mere bilateral cooperation to regional and global collaboration on issues that matter, on environment, on health, on peacekeeping, global peacekeeping. Think of that. A country that suffered so much from war contributing to global peacekeeping. So the president, the ex-president, said that. Vice Minister Ha Kim Ngop was very pleased because this was, even though it wasn't quite an official endorsement, he wasn't an official anymore, I kept saying it. And then it became part of the lexicon of the United States, but it was an idea that originated in Vietnam, and Bill Clinton helped us move it forward. I was very privileged as ambassador to be able to go to Da Nang after the first phase of dioxin remediation. And there's a picture in the War Remnants Museum in Ho Chi Minh City of me standing with Nguyen Chi Vinh, who was then Deputy Defense Minister. And we had our hands in dirt. Well, the dirt had been soaked in dioxin, but the remediation was effective. I have small children. No way would I put my hands in that dirt if it weren't clean, but it was. With the remediation efforts had succeeded, and so Nguyen Chi Vinh, who pushed so hard on legacies of war, and particularly on the expensive cleanup of dioxin, he succeeded in pushing us. We succeeded in pushing the U.S. government, and ultimately, through a lot of bureaucratic wrangling over a really, really long time, we succeeded in getting funding to clean up Bien Hoa, the biggest and worst of the hotspots, and the most expensive one to clean up. But Susan says that work is resuming. I'm so glad. When I was there were still kids playing along the creek of the water that was running out from Bien Hoa Air Base. They were still fishing in the river right outside of it. And you know, dioxin, once it gets into the human bloodstream, it stays for, we know, at least 4 generations, maybe forever. So those kids were doomed. And I just thought, we can't have bureaucracy stopping us from doing the right thing here. And it's not only the right thing, it's been good for America's security to do what we did. Since I left, there were 3 visits by U.S. aircraft carriers. Now, you may not rejoice about that, but I do, because I think that having a strong security relationship between 2 former adversaries shows really that nothing is impossible. And those visits wouldn't have happened. The collaboration that we have now, the Vietnamese do more with the United States in the realm of security than they do with any other country. That wouldn't have happened if it hadn't been for work on war legacies, this important work on war legacies. So I have a theory that I wrote a book about, that it's not just money and power that matter in international relations. It's not just transactional. That respect, if you show respect, it leads to trust, which leads to doing things together, which leads to partnership, real partnership, which is mutually beneficial. And there are those who argue that it's only about money and power, and they're wrong. That trust building happens between people. And I think we've heard evidence of it throughout the day today, that it really is work that is done in the mutual interest that shows respect for what matters to our counterparts, that helps us build trust, that leads to really powerful partnerships that matter. And just one more anecdote, and I'll wrap it up. That same Vice Foreign Minister, Hakim Ngop, when I arrived as ambassador, and I had my plan, my 100-day plan, there were things I was going to focus on, and it didn't really include war legacies. And it really didn't really include inviting the General Secretary of the Communist Party to come to the United States, because that, in our system, didn't work. We have different political systems, and the idea of a party leader coming to the Oval Office to meet President Obama was something that a lot of people didn't think was a good idea. In fact, the National Security Advisor of the United States thought it was a really crappy idea and told me so and said, please be quiet, stop pushing this idea. But, you know, sometimes we get stubborn when we really want to fix something, accomplish something. And so I ignored her, and I went to a good friend in the academic community, Tommy Vallely, and said, Tommy, we got to get an invitation from Nguyen Phu Trong to the White House. It's a terrible idea, Ted. Do not push that idea. You're going to really harm your effectiveness as ambassador. I said, no, and I kept pushing. And ultimately, Tommy convinced John Kerry during one of his weekly lunches to persuade the president to invite Nguyen Phu Trong to come to the White House. He came, they broke historic ground, and the relationship has gone on a very steep upward trajectory since that day in 2015. And it was because we showed respect. We listened. And we're not always good at that. We listened to what mattered to the Vietnamese, and they wanted us to say one thing in that meeting, which the president said: we respect different political systems. Because what does that say? It says we tried in the 60s and 70s to overthrow you, and we're not going to do that anymore. Because when you're hearing, while we're thinking about overthrowing you, I mean, what kind of a dialogue can you have? Or we're going to strap your arm behind your back one way or another. What kind of a dialogue is that? Instead, this was a respectful dialogue where the president put forward what was really important to the United States, and the General Secretary heard this key message. We respect different political systems. And it made so much possible, so much collaboration possible. So now I run something called the U.S.-ASEAN Business Council. And I've been really happy to see Vietnam rise and become our 8th largest trading partner. When I first went there, it was like Myanmar is today, half the people living below the poverty level. Now that number is in single digits, and it is the fastest growing country in Southeast Asia and one of the fastest growing in the world. And so commercial relations ballooned to over $150 billion in two-way trade last year, from pretty close to zero when I first went there. And we can take, as Ambassador Zulm said, we can take that kind of approach to our partners in the region, where we see the opportunities of a young, dynamic population that seizes the opportunities of innovation, that's incredibly talented when it comes to artificial intelligence and quantum computing and biotech, and wants to innovate. They want to innovate their way out of lower middle income status into upper middle income status. That's an opportunity for the United States. It's an opportunity for our companies, for our private sector, for our students, for tourists, for those who want to engage in a really important dynamic part of the world. Even in Cambodia, that is a place that we didn't focus on too much commercially. The opportunities are really shooting up. I think we're going to open an office there soon, because we see real opportunities, our companies see real opportunities. And one of the big obstacles you certainly will have heard about is the Ream Naval Base, where we haven't had access at certain times. But just recently, a Cambodian official, Lieutenant General Phat Vibalsophiak, and I'm probably mispronouncing that, said, we'd love to have American ships come to Ream Naval Base. And that is because we've been keeping a dialogue open, because the opportunities of exchange with us for a country in the region that doesn't want to be owned 1,000% by the Chinese, the opportunities are really great. You heard about, and I've done a lousy job of mopping up it, you did hear about the importance of scam centers. That is $3.5 billion in losses from American citizens. We can work on that with our counterparts if we choose to collaborate. You will have heard about what we can do together to curb fentanyl distribution from the region. So even those who are very transactional in their mindset, there are opportunities in the transactions. Global companies, the ones I work with, are adopting China +1 or China +2 or China +3 strategies. They look at ASEAN first. They look at some of the Mekong countries right at the top of their list. And the growth is enormous, particularly in the digital economy, which is expected to reach $1 trillion by 2030. And our companies, our big tech companies and small tech companies, are super interested in the opportunities of the Mekong region and beyond. So you've heard about where collaboration leads through the course of the day. My view is that if you adopt an approach where we respect what our counterparts are telling us and where we build trust, develop habits of cooperation, we can have really powerful partnerships that benefit the people both in the region and the people of the United States. Respect doesn't cost us anything, and it gets us everything. Thank you.
I'm going to wrap up with some concluding logistical remarks, but I think we can all agree that America needs more leaders like Ted. And Ambassador Osius, when I look back on kind of the two people that have impacted my own career here at the Stimson Center and in the Mekong, they're both in this room. One is Dr. Richard Cronin, the founding director of our program, and the other is you, sir. And Rich took me to Ambassador Osius's office in 2016, I think. I had never done that before, and I was quite nervous. But you can see that the kind of warmth and the energy that Ted brings quickly diffuses any nerves for a young guy in a think tank at that time. And you've taught me so much over the years, and your passion and energy keeps us all going, I think, those of us who are working on issues in Southeast Asia. So thank you for closing our conference. I've got thanks to the Stimson experts that have joined us today. This was an opportunity to showcase the expertise
of the Stimson team, as well as many of our partners and friends. Anton came in from Cambodia, Sarah from Ohio, Susan from Vermont, Alan from North Carolina, to join us here today, partners and friends. Thank you for being here and providing your perspective and ideas. I want to thank the leadership of the Stimson Center, Rachel, Brian, and Justine, for bringing this together and coming up with the concept of what we call a mini conference. Big thanks to the admin team for making everything work without a hitch today, and also to our sister program, the Environmental Security team, Carolyn and Madeline. Thank you so much for all of your support. We're going to continue our good work here on issues in mainland Southeast Asia. And I think that today is an opportunity to show how the people-to-people work, which you were talking about, Ambassador Osius, and the trust that is built over time, it stays, right? Regardless of what's happening around us, it stays. And we're all going to continue our good efforts. And we do hope that this was an opportunity to demonstrate how American engagement in Southeast Asia creates a stronger and more prosperous Southeast Asia, and in return comes back and creates a safer and stronger America as well. So thank you all for coming. We've got a great lunch out here. It's Vietnamese food from Sprig and Sprout. There's a lot of it. Take as much as you want. We can stick around as long as you want here. Feel free to rearrange the chairs so you can sit and mingle and get to know each other. But thanks again, everyone, for coming. Thank you very much.